Division I NCAA softball doubleheader featuring the visiting Alabama State Hornets and your Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Before we begin, let's meet today's starting lineups. First for the visiting Hornets. Batting first at first base, number 34, Brooke Ramsey. Batting second at center field, number 20, Jabriel Terrell. Batting third at designated player, number 15, Addison Giles. Batting fourth at second base, number 27, Ayana Frank. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 21, Elena Scott. Batting sixth at left field, number 6, Jayla Stewart. Batting seventh at third base, number 8, Taylor Sims. Batting eighth at catcher, number 16, Tiffany Bruss. Batting ninth at right field, number 24, Jordan Ferradino. The starting pitcher, number 19, Caitlin Hill. The head coach of Alabama State is Camise Patterson. She is assisted by Janaea Mobley, Kiana Parrish, and Jada Gardner. And now, the starting lineup for your Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Batting first at center field, number 13, Emma Bradley C. Batting second at shortstop, number 15, Janelle Morrissey. Batting third at first base, number 4, Queen Tuala. Batting fourth at designated player, number 8, Zariah Billinger. Batting fifth at third base, number 23, Asia Gonzalez. Batting sixth at right field, number 19, Alana Cypress. Batting seventh at second base, number 43, Jessica Alon. Batting eighth at catcher, number 5, Jasmine Munyebo. Batting ninth at left field, number 1, Neilani Mayo. And the starting pitcher, number 33, Sophia Valles-Coleman. The head coach of the Wildcats is Laura Watton. She is assisted by Jamie Hoover and Shaylin Braxton. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise if you are able and remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Live from Sunnyland Park in beautiful downtown Daytona Beach, Florida, Bethune-Cookman University softball returns to the CatEye Radio Network. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Tavillo. Happy to have your company. Jade Barquette joins me in the press box here today for a SWAC doubleheader featuring the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the Alabama State Hornets, two of the top 3 teams predicted in the Eastern Division. In the preseason poll, the Wildcats took Game 1 of the series 5-3 yesterday and look for the series win this afternoon.
Yeah, they're going to be really excited to get this one on their home turf. Our first Saturday doubleheader here at home at Sunnyland Park for the Wildcats. And yesterday they started off strong, continuing their streak in this conference with wins, currently undefeated for the Wildcats. They want to keep that going today.
4-0 in the SWAC, currently on top of the Eastern Division. The Cats in the all-black today. Cats in script across the front in white. White numbers across the back with unity across the back of the shoulders. Brooke Ramsey will lead things off for Alabama State. She faces Sophia Coleman, who is making her 16th appearance of the season. Coleman, a 6.40 ERA, but has dropped that down from 13-12 over her last couple of starts.
Yeah, she's going to be a mainstay in the circle for the Wildcats, a veteran leader for this team. You know, they faced a lot of tough teams in the non-conference, learning a lot about themselves, how they can operate as a team. So many freshmen on this roster for head coach Laura Watton, so they've had a lot to work with. Sophia has been a mainstay as a veteran, but she still has to figure out how she works in conference play.
Sophia is 0-3, but has been on the mound for 5 of the Wildcats' 8 wins. Oh, in the circle, excuse me, for 5 of the Wildcats' 8 wins. Count as a ball and 2 strikes on Brooke Ramsey. Ramsey batting .385 on the year. Just 26 at-bats for her. She pops it up, third base side, foul territory. Fighting the sun and making the catch is Gonzalez, and there's one away. And just like we talked about with baseball last night, it's all about easy outs and breezing through these innings because they've got a long doubleheader ahead of us today.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want to use a lot of arms for the Wildcats today, and they want to be able to give themselves the best shot they can at the plate. They did it well with that yesterday, just continuing to pass the bat back. Sophia doing a good job of getting that quick first out.
Jabriel Terrell bats, and she slaps this one into the air. Third base side, foul territory, and into the bullpen. Out of play. Terrell, third on the team in batting average, .346 in 78 at-bats. 18 runs on 27 hits, 3 doubles, 1 triple, and 7 RBI. Bunts it foul behind the plate, and she's behind on the count 0-2. Alabama State sits middle of the pack in the conference in terms of batting average as a team, .288. The Wildcats down to the bottom with .241, but you've got to remember their strength of schedule in the non-conference. Ball outside, 1-2. In terms of team ERA, Bethune-Cookman sits 6th at a 6.62 team ERA. Alabama State right behind them at a 6.68. And we kind of saw that yesterday with how close the opening game of this series was, just 5-3. Coleman deals outside, 2-2. Alabama State in the all-white, a black stripe across the shoulders, black numbers with the Alabama State Hornet logo on the chest. Coleman challenges Terrell, and she fouls it away. Alabama State 9-18 overall, 3-1 in the SWAC, after they swept their opening weekend of conference play against Mississippi Valley. And after this, they'll return home to host Florida A&M. It's really probably going to be a 3-horse race in the SWAC East this year. Pitch, bounce towards short, and making the clean play just in time is Morrissey, 2 down. Between these 2 teams and Florida A&M are currently the top 3.
Addison Giles.
With Jackson State, the reigning champion, lost a ton of pieces in the offseason. They're hanging around at 2-2 right now. 2 away, here's the designated player, Addison Giles. And righty to righty the pitch. From Coleman, in on the hand, sky to left field and deep. That is 1 hop to the wall. Giles into second with a sliding double. And with 2 outs, a runner in scoring position for Alabama State.
Giles just absolutely drilled that ball first pitch. It looked like it kind of jammed her a little bit, but she got enough on it to drill it all the way to the wall. And off the bat, it had the potential to fly out of here, but for the Wildcats' sake, landed right by the wall, and now Alabama State has a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Here's Ayanna Frank, the second baseman. Upstairs, ball 1. Yesterday for Alabama State, Alana Scott, who is on deck right now, drove in all 3 of their runs. Time called, we're going to have a meeting in the circle between Manyebo and Coleman. If you're tuning into a BCU softball broadcast for the first time this year, very important to remember that there are 17 freshmen on this Wildcats squad. And all but Emma Bradley C in center field, Asia Gonzalez at third, Alana Cypress in right, Jessica Alon at second, and Sophia Coleman on the mound are all freshmen.
Yeah, this team has really been in a rebuilding stage this year, right? They're bringing in so many new faces, and that's why it reflects in their record a little bit with those 18 losses that they've had, but that's also a tribute to their strength of schedule. They've played some of the top teams in the entire country, Texas Tech being one of them out in the Mary Nutter Classic. I mean, they face pretty much everything you can. So when they get into this conference play, you see now they're 4-0. They've been tested on the hardest of stages. Can they come into the SWAC and compete for a title? That's what Laura Watton wants her team to do, and the buy-in from these freshmen has been humongous.
Coleman misses up and in, 2-0 on Ayanna Frank, Frank second on the team in batting average, .348. That was a strike on the inside corner. In 69 at-bats, Frank has 12 runs on 24 hits, 3 doubles, a homer, and 10 RBI. The 2-1 from Coleman. Breaking ball caught the inside corner. And it's 2-2. Wildcats looking to get out of the first inning after Addison Giles knocked a 2-out double to left center. She stands on second. The pitch from Coleman. Grounded to third. Across the diamond. On a hop and bobbled by Tawala at first. And the Hornets have runners on the corners.
Well, I'm not really sure why Asia Gonzalez didn't just step on third base.
Wouldn't have been a force out. There was nobody on first.
Yeah, but the runner had already been running there, so either they got her in the rundown and they got her back at second, or forced her to make a decision over there at third. Just the errant throw there couldn't be collected by Queen.
Now
and the Wildcats are back.
Now here is the RBI machine, Alana Scott. Scott, the best batter on this team in terms of average at a .369. 15 runs on 24 hits, 7 doubles, 2 homers, and 14 RBI. Second on the team in runs batted in behind Taylor Sims. Dribbles one back to the mound. That's a foul ball. As I mentioned, Scott responsible for all 3 of Bama State's runs yesterday as the Wildcats won 5-3. Addison Giles on third. Ayanna Frank on first after a double and an error. Coleman ahead in the count, 0-2. Inside and low, 1-2. Long look in from Coleman. Ground ball chopped to short across the diamond in time, and the Wildcats get out of the jam. No runs, a hit, an error, and 2 left. And Bethune-Cookman will come to bat in a tie game at 0 in the bottom of the first here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. To the bottom of the first here at Sunnyland Park. Wildcats and Alabama State still tied at 0 after the Wildcats got out of a 2-out, 2-on jam as Emma Bradley C will lead off the batting for the Wildcats. They will face Caitlin Hill, the sophomore out of Ridgeland, Mississippi, now in her second year with Alabama State. Her ERA 10.35. This is her first appearance in a SWAC contest this season. That one a strike at the knees. 23 innings pitched for Hill. Giving up 37 runs on 37 hits, 34 of those earned. The pitch to Bradley C is a ball. Striking out 7 and walking 18, allowed 8 doubles, 10 homers, 1 wild pitch, 2 hit by pitches. And her ERA is once again 10.35. Down and away, 2-1. Emma Bradley C, the returner, senior for the Wildcats this year. The best batter they have by average at .346. 15 runs on 27 hits, a double and 5 RBI for Bradley C, getting on base at 42%. That one just low, 3 balls and a strike on Bradley C. And you look at a pitcher like Caitlin Hill with a negative strikeout to walk ratio, and you got to think it's time to be patient at the plate.
Absolutely.
Ball 4, Bradley C will take her base, and the Wildcats have a leadoff base runner.
That's exactly what you love to see from your leadoff hitter, veteran at that. Emma Bradley C, she's so reliable to get on the base paths.
Now batting number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
And you see an on-base percentage like 42%
Right.
against the competition the Wildcats have played. You go, well, there's someone who's a crafty in the box and
Absolutely.
really knows how to work counts and get on base however she can. Here's Janelle Morrissey, squares to bunt. The corners pinch in for Bama State. Pitches low, ball 1. Look at the gauntlet the Wildcats have gone through in the non-conference. Teams like Kansas, Michigan, Florida, USF, North Dakota State, Southern Miss, Utah, Rutgers, Texas Tech, Oregon State, Long Beach State, Bellarmine, UMass, Bowling Green, Monmouth, North Florida. And already we've got a meeting on the mound for Alabama State as they try to work through the early struggles for Caitlin Hill as she has fired 5 of her first 6 pitches for balls. The pitcher that's thrown the most innings for Alabama State is their best pitcher, Kohana Posen, who has a .496 ERA, 59 innings pitched. Then, of course, Amanda Cintron, 52 innings pitched. Caitlin Hill, only 23 innings on this season, is their least amount of innings pitched of anybody that has thrown a decent amount for Alabama State. So they are maybe intending to try and win a slugfest here this afternoon.
Yeah, they definitely want to, make sure that Hill is okay there, right on the mound, or in the circle, excuse me, making sure that the strikes are being thrown, but they also don't want Janelle Morrissey to get up there and smack one as well.
I feel less bad. We've now both done it.
Right.
We've both been calling way too much baseball recently.
No, truly.
The 1-0 to Morrissey after the consultation. Breaking ball called a strike on the inside corner. This is the potential start of a triple header for us here on the CatEye Network, as we'll do the double header here and then mosey down the street to Jackie Robinson Ballpark for the second of the double header for baseball against Prairie View A&M as they finish up their first conference series. Ball gets away from the catcher. Emma Bradley C will take second base on the wild pitch.
Mosey is such a good word for that. I think we're going to be moseying for sure.
I love broadcasting baseball / softball because it allows you to stretch the vocabulary a little bit. Morrissey squares to bunt. Strike called. 2-2 now the count on Janelle Morrissey. Morrissey batting .227, 13 runs on 15 hits, 2 doubles, 8 RBI. And an on-base percentage of 36.6. Takes a slider outside. Count goes full. With 2 strikes, I don't expect a bunt attempt, but they may still try and move Bradley C. over to third. Hill deals. Popped up towards short. That's going to drop in. They're going to try and cut down Bradley C. at third, and the throw is not in time. Morrissey takes advantage and gets all the way to second. The Wildcats using the small ball to their advantage, now with 2 runners in scoring position and nobody out.
I love the aggressiveness on the base paths from the Wildcats, just reading the game, able to take extra bases. Emma Bradley C with her quickness getting all the way to third. And then Janelle Morrissey doing a fantastic job of reading the defense, getting to second base herself, putting themselves in a fantastic spot for Queen Tawala now at the plate.
Queen Tawala is, to me, as the first pitch is low ball 1, the standout freshman on this team, especially at the plate, batting .315. 9 runs on 17 hits, a double, a triple, and 6 RBI. And with a team with this many freshmen, you look for potential as Tawala takes a strike to the knees, 1-1. And Tawala definitely has it in spades.
Yeah, she for sure does. She has stepped onto the scene and truly just taken over the role, any role that she is given for the Wildcats. Today, she's playing first base, but we've also seen her hit DP too, just trying to make any sort of advantage for her offense.
Swing and a miss in front of the changeup on the inside corner. She's down 1-2. Tawala trying to put this one in play and bring home the opening run of the game. Yesterday, the Wildcats and the Hornets both scored 2 in the first before the Wildcats scored 2 in the third. They both scored 1 in the sixth. That ending score was 5-3. Off the end of the bat into right field down the line. That is caught by Ferrandino. The throw home is not in time, and the Wildcats lead 1-0, an RBI for Queen Tawala.
And again, you'll take that, right? If you're Coach Wadden, and even if you're Queen, right? You just need to get that run in across. You did your job. Zach fly deep into right field, allowed the runner to move up, and then one to score as well.
Yep. And that moves Morrissey up to third with 1 down. So another potential sacrifice in play here for the designated player, Zariah Billinger. Billinger, the lefty, as the corners pinch in for the Hornets. Takes a pitch in the opposite batter's box for ball 1. Billinger batting .213 on the year, 8 runs on 13 hits, 2 doubles, 2 triples, and 4 RBI. The only Wildcat with more than 1 triple on the season. There's a strike. You think she's been watching Jeter Poyeto highlights?
I don't know.
Get those triples down? Or maybe it's the other way around.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think he's watching her highlights.
West Jeter Poyeto tied for the NCAA baseball lead in triples with 4 on the year. That one grounded to short. They're going to go to first for the easy out. It's another sacrifice, and a run comes in. 2-0 Bethune-Cookman as Morrissey scores from third.
Of course, he wants to get on base there, but again, doing a job.
Now batting number 23.
There was hesitation from Alabama State of whether to go
Gonzalez.
home or get that easy force out at first. They elected to go to first, and the Wildcats will take that 2-run lead now.
I thought for a second everybody was going to be safe due
Me
to
too.
analysis paralysis, but it was not to be. Bases empty, 2 outs. Here's Asia Gonzalez. First pitch from Hill is upstairs, ball 1. Asia Gonzalez batting .212, no runs, 14 hits, 3 doubles, and 12 batted in. She leads the team in RBI. Low and in. 2-0. defensively for Alabama State, as there's going to be another meeting on the mound. That's the second timeout used by the Hornets in this first inning. Defensively for Alabama State, Hill pitching, Bruss catching, Sims at third, Scott at short, Frank at second, Ramsey at first. Stewart in left, Terrell in center, Ferrandino in right. When the Wildcats take the field in the top of the innings, it'll be Coleman on the mound, Manyebo catching, Asia Gonzalez at third, Morrissey at short, Alon at second, Tawala at first. Mayo, Bradley, C, and Cypress in the outfield, left to right. 2 balls, no strikes, the count on Asia Gonzalez. Called a strike at the knees on the outside corner. 2-1. Wind blowing in from center, steady at about 3 miles an hour, gusting up to about 10. In the air, just past the infield on the right-hand side, tailing towards the line on a basket catch by Frank to end the inning. 2 runs, 1 hit, and nobody left on. It's Wildcats 2, Alabama State nothing as we go to the second here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Jayla Stewart leads off the top of the second for Alabama State. 2-0 Bethune-Cookman. First pitch is a slider up and away for Sophia Coleman, a ball and no strikes. Wildcats lead 2-0 after a walk, a single, and 2 sacrifices give them the early lead. Sophia behind on the count 2-0. Jayla Stewart batting just 148 on the season, 27 at-bats. Fastball tipped back to the screen. 6 runs on 4 hits, a homer, and 1 RBI for Jayla Stewart. The junior from Riverview, Florida. A lot of Florida representation on this Alabama State team. Sophia's 1-2, sorry, 2-1 is a strike on the outside corner. Now it's 2-2 because their head coach, Camise Patterson, spent a long time up in Tallahassee at Florida A&M, was their head coach for a couple of years, but was an assistant for a long time. That's outside, count runs full. First batter of the inning walks. Jayla Stewart aboard with nobody out. And now here's
batting number
Taylor
8,
Sims.
Taylor Sims.
Haley Sims, the sophomore from Alabama. First pitch in on the hands, ball 1. Sims batting .338. Second most at-bats on the team was 78 on the year. 18 runs on 24 hits, 5 doubles to lead the team. A triple, 2 homers, and 23 RBI. Upstairs 2-0. As Sophia Coleman has nibbled at the corners and gotten behind in both of her 2 at-bats to start this top of the second, and now we're going to have a meeting for the Wildcats. I've noticed that softball players do this a lot more than baseball. A lot of times, if somebody wants to talk to a baseball pitcher, they're like, no, go away, I got this.
I think there's strength in knowing that your teammates they have your back behind you, and it's just a little reset for the pitcher that's in the circle, and having those ladies behind you just encouraging you the whole way. They're always yelling things. You can see them out in their respective positions, but when they get into that circle, it's a moment for them all to reset and then allow her to go back to work.
The 2-ball, no-strike pitch to Sims. Breaking ball called a strike with the letters. Decent Alabama State contingent.
Not happy with that call.
Yeah, not happy with that call here out in Daytona Beach today. Again, because so many of their players are from the state of Florida, taking an advantage to see their family members play. That one fouled away to the third base side. Count 2-2.
It's always special when you get to come back to your home state, and it allows your family to come and see you a little bit more. Into the Wildcats, who have 8 players on their team from the state of California, they got to go and see their family and have that support all the way out there on the West Coast when they played in the Marionette Classic a few months ago.
The 2-2. Takes pace off it and misses upstairs. 3-2 now. I don't want to walk too straight. The catcher, Tiffany Bruss, is on deck. Attacks the zone. That's driven over the shortstop's head and into left field for a base hit. 2 on, nobody out for Alabama State. And you really put yourself in that position as Coleman, putting yourself in a 3-2 count, having to attack the zone there.
Well, it was a good at-bat overall for Alabama State, and Sims, I mean, she worked the count to her favor, took some pitches that maybe she thought were balls, but again, drove contact right over Morrissey's head and got herself on base.
That'll bring up the catcher, Tiffany Bruss, the freshman from Stockton, California, so I'm sure familiar with some of these Wildcat players. Growing up playing on the same club circuit. Bruss on the season, starting just her 9th game of the year. Her batting average is .273 and 22 ABs, 3 runs on 6 hits, 3 doubles, a triple, and 8 RBI. He's got first and second with nobody out. Squares the bunt, and it's caught. Throw back to first. We're going to have to parse out what happened there, as that ball was tipped into the glove of Manyebo behind the plate. She caught it for the out.
Yep.
They tried to throw to first to get Taylor Sims and double her off the bag, but Bruss ran all the way through and knocked down Tawala at first base as he was trying to catch the ball. I don't think they would have gotten the out at first anyway, because I think that on viewing it in real time, Sims was back in there safely, but you got to at least consider that that's interference.
Yeah, I think that's what the umpires are discussing right there out on the field, because Queen was actively trying to catch the ball as she was getting run over. So I think they're going to discuss that, and then the runner advancing all the way to third. Is that an option for Alabama State because of the confusion over there at first? I think that's what they're all taking into consideration. But props to Jasmine Manyebo behind the plate for just catching that ball, a heads-up play, reaction save, and then trying to get it over to first to Queen.
This is going to be one of those calls that no matter what, both coaches are standing ready to argue.
Right.
If it goes the other way. And they're going to go over to Coach Watton to explain. So it looks like they're going to, that Jayla Stewart is going to stay on third base after she advanced there on the confusion over at first. This puts the Wildcats in a tough spot. 1 out, runners on the corners. Coach Watton explaining her case. Once again, it was tip foul into the glove of Moniebo, the catcher from Tiffany Bruss. She threw down to first trying to double off Taylor Sims. And Bruss, in an attempt to run down the first, which there's an argument that she shouldn't even have been trying to run down the first because that ball was well foul anyway.
Right.
Made contact with Queen Tawala. She tried to receive the ball from Moniebo. Knocked her over, the ball got behind her down the line. Jayla Stewart went to third. Sims is back in safely. The batter will be the 9-hole hitter Jordan Ferrandino when we sort all of this out. And Coach Watton, about as animated as I've seen her on the diamond, usually a very stoic figure. But she is animated and not happy with that call.
Well, she is one of those coaches that knows the softball rule book more than about anybody else on this field. So I'm sure she's trying to give them a little bit of insight into what maybe the call should have been if she's not liking what they have said down there. Obviously, we can't hear that. Wish we could have ears in that conversation. But she's just trying to explain to them.
There was a great story from last year where the Wildcats were up at Alabama A&M, and the coach was so sure that she was right, she made the umpires go get the rule book and bring it out onto the field.
Was she
right? Delayed the game for about 20 minutes. She was indeed correct.
I don't blame her.
Now Coach Watton got to be careful that she doesn't incur the wrath of the umpires here. Just in the top of the second inning, 2-0 Wildcats. Runners will be on the corners with 1 out for Alabama State. Bethune-Cookman baseball back in action today. A 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock doubleheaders. They host Prairie View A&M in SWAC opening weekend. They took the opening game of the series 6-1 last night behind a pitching masterclass, a combined 1-runner between Harvey Abreu and David Morrissey. And the offense showed up late to put 6 runs on the board. I'm sure Coach would have wanted it to be more convincing. He didn't really sound all that pleased in the post-game interview with me, but a win is a win, especially in conference play. They'll try and take the sweep today.
Yeah, they're definitely, want to obviously be as dominant as they possibly can. But again, a win is a win. They'll take it. Coach Johnny Hernandez, a hard man to please, but wants the best for his team always in those type of situations. Like you said, the bats kind of came alive later on in that game just to get the insurance runs. But overall, a good performance for the opening start of SWAC play for the Wildcats.
Again, that's a doubleheader because we are expecting some inclement weather to roll in this Sunday here in Daytona Beach. We will be out there with the CatEye Network for the second game of that doubleheader. Maybe just video, maybe commentary. We don't know yet. We'll see. But we will be out there in some capacity. And now, if you're Sophia Coleman and or Jordan Ferrandino, who's about to step in the box, what does this do to you? You can see Coleman and her infielders joking around, having like jumping jack competitions with the outfield, trying to stay loose through this very long delay.
This is a team that is so joyful. They make the best of any situation. They're going to find the good moments in everything, as the umpires are still trying to discuss what's going on with head coach Laura Watton. Her team's going to stay loose in other ways more than just, throwing pitches. They're going to be dancing. They're going to, find the joy in those moments. And it's just a part of what this team and who this team is, right? They're young, they're hungry, they're fun, they're exciting, and they are going to entertain themselves however they feel like they can.
And you spent a fair amount of time in this team with this team, went out to California for the Mary Nutter Classic, so you got to experience firsthand the kind of mental resilience and joy that they have.
Yeah, it's so fun to see them obviously compete within one another outside of the diamond, and then once they get on the field to compete together, and then how their personalities mesh off the field. It's so cool to see, and I feel like I was a little bit of a big sister in that moment with them when I was on that trip.
So the call stands. Everybody's safe. Jayla Stewart moves to third. Haley Sims safe at first. Here's Jordan Ferrandino with one out and runners on the corners. Ferrandino, the lefty hitter, making her first start of the season, only 7th appearance. That one foul away to the third base side. Ferrandino, the junior from right here in Daytona Beach, playing in her hometown. Off the end of the bat, foul again into the screen. She's down 0-2. Ferrandino, just 3 at-bats on the season, 1 run, no hits. Struck out once. But has a chance to get Alabama State on the board. Coleman up 0-2 in the count. Here's the pitch. Going away, wastes one and try to get a chase. They go to second and out. What a play by Coleman. Heads up play by the Wildcat infield as they get Haley Sims stealing at second.
Well, Sims thought she was going to creep over there at second after that pitch was thrown back to Coleman in the circle. She turns around and sees her just trotting over there, and heads up play by Jersey over there at second base to cover the bag too.
Count 2-2 after that ball down and away. Now the Wildcats with 2 outs have a chance to get away scot-free.
And what a turn of an inning, right? You had the runners in the corners, a long break. Obviously, new batter at the plate. Didn't know how they were going to react to it. And just like that, another batter not even gone yet, and they have 2 outs. Totally different situation.
The 2-2, barely catching up to that one is Ferrandino. She'll see another pitch.
Now you saw it. Now you saw it. Grab that plate.
Jayla Stewart leads off at third after a leadoff walk. The 2-2. Outside, and the frame job by Manyebo not enough to sell it. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and once again Coleman going to be forced to challenge Ferrandino here. That's how Haley Sims knocked that single earlier in the inning, was on a full count. Tipped into the mask of Manyebo, and we'll do the full count again. Coleman trying to ring Ferrandino up with the off speed. Goes with the fastball. Grounded to third off the shoulder of Gonzalez. A really bad hop, and Alabama State is on the board.
And that's just unfortunate for Asia Gonzalez over there at third. That ball took the strangest hop right before she collected it in her glove. It tipped off her shoulder. She had no idea where the ball had gone. Janelle Morrissey over there at shortstop had to pick up the ball and try to make a play, but there was none to be had as the runner had already beaten out the play. But again, just like that, the inning switches again. Wildcats thinking they're out, and now they're back in it.
Ground ball foul just outside of third. This is Brooke Ramsey as Bama State turns the lineup over here in the second inning. Ferrandino on first, a run in. Wildcats still lead 2-1. Remember yesterday, these 2 teams traded runs with the exception of the 4th, where the Wildcats scored 2 without reply to take the game. That one grounded straight back to Coleman. Nice quick hands for Sophia in the circle as she will retire Ramsey to end the inning. A run on a hit and 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the second. Wildcats lead 2-1 here on the CatEye Radio Network.
Alana Cypress.
Alana Cypress leads off for Bethune-Cookman here in the bottom of the second. They lead Alabama State 2-1. They lead the series 1-0. After a 5-3 win last night, Alabama State gets one back in the top of the second, controversially so. After a non-call on a potential runner's interference kept the inning going for Alabama State. First pitch low and inside by Caitlin Hill. Cypress batting .310 on the season. 8 runs on 22 hits, second on the team in hits. Down low 2-0. 2 doubles and 8 RBI. What's impressed me with Alana Cypress is her low strikeout numbers, just 7 Ks and 71 at-bats. She's ahead in the count, 2-1 on Hill. Inside almost hit her, and it's 3 balls, no strikes. Alana Cypress, now a sophomore this season out of Davie, Florida. Hill behind 3-0. Just grooves one down the middle for strike one. It's all going to be about patience for these Wildcats. They're 2 runs on 2 sacrifices, 1 fly, 1 grounder. Ooh, called a strike on the outside corner. Cypress let it go, and the count is back to full. Hill looking for her first strikeout of the game. Off the end of the bat into center field. That one's dropping, and it is down for a base hit. It bounced right into the glove of Terrell, and the Wildcats for the second inning have the leadoff woman aboard.
And that's how you start these innings, especially when you got scored on the last one. You want to continue that momentum going forward. Alana Cypress, again, working the count full, making Hill pitch to her and getting one that she could drive into center field.
Jessica Alon bats now. She's had a rough go of the season at the plate. Just 164 her average and 61 at bats, 5 runs on 10 hits. She bunts it to the first base side. She will give herself up and allow the runner to advance to second.
And she tried to squeeze that one, but it was just too far up the first base line for it to really amount to anything for her, but she did her job moving that runner over for Cypress.
Runner in scoring position with 1 out now. Here is Jasmine Maniebo. Maniebo batting .234, 74 at-bats, 4 runs on 11 hits, 3 doubles, 3 RBI. And we're going to have an umpires meeting. The only thing I think this could be about is that, are they going to try and get Jessica Lon for runner's interference now? Which, again, there's no way.
No, I don't. That can't be it.
We will play on. That was a much quicker consultation than the one in the last inning.
Right.
So after a bit of a wait, Maniebo stands into the box. Alana Cypress on second after a leadoff single and a sac bunt. First pitch low and inside. Wildcats looking to extend their 2-1 lead here the second. Slider outside. 2-0 the count. Infield playing back here for Alabama State. The corners even with the bags. Low, throw to third. What was wild, And a great play by Sims over there at third to keep that ball from going up the line and scoring Alana Cypress, who steals third base and is now 60 feet away.
Well, if that throw was on target, Alana Cypress would have been out by a mile. She got a little bit of a late jump there on that pitch, but because the errant throw and the way that she got down on the slide, she was able to be in there.
Now it's another chance for a sacrifice here with a runner on third and one out. The pitch. Monyebo watches a changeup in the zone for strike one. 3 balls, 1 strike. And that was a situation on the third out and the third where the pitch didn't help the catcher either. It was low and inside.
Right.
Had to recover and then throw around the batter in the right-handed batter's box. The 3-1 popped up. That one just in on the infield, falling down, but making the catch is Stewart's. Excellent cover by the left fielder as the shortstop, Scott, tripped and fell. And now there's 2 away.
Well, there's a little bit of a lip out there in between the infield dirt and the grass, so she just backed up right into it. No harm, no foul, because her left fielder came in to get that ball, and Stewart called her off of it.
Here's a late addition to the starting lineup this season, Milani Mayo. Technically has the highest batting average on the team at 370, but has only started 13 games. Sidewinder down and in, ball 1. Mayo, 27 ABs, 5 runs on 10 hits, 1 triple and 4 RBI. Runner on third, 2 down. As Alana Cypress waits the charge home on a ball put in play. That one outside as Mayo squared the bunt. 2-0. Mayo may look to try and punish the charging Sims on third base by slapping it over her head. Pitch down the middle for strike 1. 2-1 the count. Mayo, one of the freshmen from California out of Riverside. One of the players that got to go home for the Mary Nutter Classic. Puts the ball in play down the first base line, but once again, that's straight at Ramsey at first, and the Wildcats do not punish. They leave a runner stranded on third on 1 hit as we go to the 3rd inning. 2-1 Wildcats here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. To the 3rd we go, 2-1 Wildcats over Alabama State. Gabrielle Terrell leads off. A graduate student this year who came with her head coach, Camise Patterson from Florida A&M 2 years ago. She swings and misses it, a fastball away, ball 1, or strike 1. Last season, her first at Bama State, hit .289, and she slaps that one down the third base line for a base hit, just inside the line.
That one looked like it might have been curling foul, but hit right on that grass before the foul line.
Now batting number 15, Addison Giles.
And again, the leadoff runner or leadoff hitter is on for Alabama State.
Now Addison Giles, who's had the hardest hit ball for any team today, smashed a double to the left center field power alley her first time up. Watches a strike, and it's 0-1. Addison Giles, just a freshman, another Florida native from Mariana. Off the end of the bat, makes contact and puts it foul over the visiting dugout down the first base line. So Giles behind 0-2. Challenged and rolled towards second and off the glove of Alon. Going all the way to third is Terrell. And Alabama State taking advantage of some shaky Wildcat defense, as once again they now have runners on the corners with nobody out for the second straight inning.
A little bit of deja vu from the inning before right now for the Wildcats. That one, again, just didn't really read it well by Jersey over there at second. And the bounce went over her glove before she could collect it there. And Alabama State going to take advantage of it, just like the Wildcats did on the base paths earlier with advancing the runners. They're going to do the same thing as well, trying to tie this game up and even go ahead with this inning.
Not like this BCU team, which has the highest fielding percentage in the SWAC at .957. And have made the third fewest errors on the season in the conference.
Now batting number 27, Ayana Frank.
But two crucial errors in this game have allowed Alabama State, to go to first on the bunt. They come back home, and it's a tie game. Terrell scores from third, Anna Frank gives herself up. And now there's a runner on second with one out as Giles advances.
Now batting number 21, Elena Scott.
Scott grounded out to short to end the first, her first time up, low and in ball one.
Pinch running for the Hornets, number 25, Mackenzie Owens.
Mackenzie Owens pinch running at second base right now, as Coach Watton's going to come out to have a chat with the infield. As the Wildcats will try and avoid going behind here with a runner on second and two down. That's right, and one down. Do you love Bethune-Cookman University sports? Of course you do. Don't miss Hail Wildcats Radio, the podcast that takes you behind the scenes of all 15 Wildcat sports programs. Hosted by voice of the Wildcats, Michael Cirillo, and featuring expertise of Bethune-Cookman sports information staff, Hail Wildcats Radio delivers unparalleled coverage of your favorite teams. Tune in to 1380 WVLE Daytona Beach every Saturday to catch the show live or listen anytime on your favorite podcast platform. Sophia Coleman, trusted to try and get out of this jam again. Fastball caught the corner. 0-1 on Scott. Mackenzie Owens is pinch running at second base for Alabama State. Correction is 1-1. Pitch to Scott. Upstairs, 2-1. It's now a 2-2 ball game, with Alabama State looking to take their first lead since the top of the first yesterday. High fly ball, right field. Making the catch and firing in to keep the runner at second is Alana Cypress. So now two away, and here's Jayla Stewart. who walked and scored her first time up back
Now
in the
batting
second.
number 6, Jayla Stewart.
First pitch to the junior Jayla Stewarts is outside and high. Junior out of Riverview, Florida, and Riverview High School, Jayla Stewart. Her entire collegiate career here at Alabama State. Challenge with a fastball into the hands, called a strike. 1-1. Slider away. 2-1. Jayla Stewart batting just 148 on the year. Starting only her 9th game of the season today. Puts the bunt down first base side. That will roll foul.
And just foul too. That was almost a perfect bunt execution for Stewart. I mean, the entire infield was converging. Queen Tuala was trying to backtrack to cover first. Great work by her just to continue to work the count.
2-2. Holman winds and fires. Outside, full count again. Upstairs, ball 4, the inning continues. Second walk of the game for Coleman, both to Jayla Stewart. And here's Taylor Sims, who singled to left fielder first time up, was caught stealing by a nice pickoff move by Coleman in the circle. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 game here in
Now
the
batting
third.
number 8, Taylor Sims.
Haley Sims, the sophomore from Wedowee, Alabama. Out of Randolph High School. First pitch, fastball strike down the middle. As a freshman, Taylor Sims hit .234. Has improved her batting average by over 100 points to .338 this season. Strike on the outside corner, nice frame by Maniebo, and it's 0-2.
I was going to say props to Maniebo there for just getting her body around that, putting her glove out to frame it for Sophia, who's now ahead. Can she just work right now and get the last strike instead of filling up the count again?
Upstairs, over-rotated on that one. 1-2. This has happened multiple times in this game where Coleman has gotten ahead 1-2, 2-0, 0-2, excuse me, and failed to put batters away, does not have a strikeout yet. Put in play, in the air, to center field, charging and coming up with the catch is Emma Bradley C, and the Wildcats get out of it. But a 1 hit and an error has tied this game at 2 as we go to the bottom of the third here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. We go to the bottom of the third. Alabama State has tied this game at 2. With run each in the second and third. The Wildcats got both of their runs in the first on 2 sacrifices. And for the first time, we'll see a repeat hitter for Bethune-Cookman as Emma Bradley C. turns the lineup over to start the third. Bradley C. walked and scored her first time up. Came in on the sacrifice fly by Queen Tawala. Strike at the knees and outside corner. .38 pitches through 2 innings for Caitlin Hill. A bunt is beautiful, right in front of the plate, and there's no play anywhere. Emma Bradley C. drops a beauty down in front of the plate, and she'll be aboard with a bunt single.
Now batting number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
Now Janelle Morrissey, who singled left her first time up, one of only 2 hits for the Wildcats so far in this game. That was just over the outstretched glove of Scott at short. And she's got Bradley C. on with nobody out again. First pitch strike. Bethune-Cookman looking to remain perfect in conference play, 4-0 through a series and a game. Morrissey watches a changeup outside. Emma Bradley C. leads off of first after her leadoff bunt single. Down and in, 2-1. Janelle Morrissey, one of the many freshmen on this team out of Frederick, Maryland. As she swings and hits it foul to the third base side, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Near the former stomping grounds of Coach Watton, as Coach Watton left for a short time to become the head coach of the University of Maryland softball team before returning to Daytona Beach. Here's the 2-2. Morrissey up the middle. That's a diving grab, and they're going to double Emma Bradley C. off at first. A terrific play for Alabama State, and there's 2 outs in the inning.
Now batting number 4, Queen Tawala.
That's probably the defensive play of the day right there. A tremendous diving grab by Scott.
And to get the double play, too, to end that almost run for the Wildcats that they could have put on. What a momentum shift for Alabama State.
Now here's 2 away, nobody on for Queen Tawala. She's behind in the count 0-1. As she puts one in the air to shallow right down the line, and a basket catch by Ferrandino means the Wildcats go quietly in the third. We go to the fourth, still tied at 2 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. We're over halfway home in the first game of this doubleheader in Daytona Beach. We go to the fourth. 2-2 between Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State. The Wildcats scored 2 in the first. The Hornets scratched 1 each across in the second and third. First pitch, a slider ball outside to Tiffany Bruss, who had a controversial first at-bat of the game. If you missed it, she popped it up straight back to the glove of Manyebo, the catcher, then tried to run to first. Manyebo tried to throw the ball to first to double up Taylor Sims, who was over there. And Bruss ended up running into Queen Tawala at first. High chopper towards third. Rifled across the diamond by Gonzalez, 1 away.
Great first out there for the Wildcats to just get it cleanly in the infield and record out number
Now
1.
batting number 24, Jordan Ferrandino.
Here's Jordan Ferrandino. You hear the support for the dugout for Ferrandino, as the last time she batted, she picked up her first hit of the season on a tough play over at third for Gonzalez. It was a ball that took a bad hop off her shoulder and allowed Jayla Stewart to score the opening run of the ball game. She bats with 1 out, the base is empty. The 0-1 way upstairs. 1-1.
You got this. Nobody better, 2-4. Nobody better.
Ferrandino going to go ahead and chat with her coach in the third base batter's box. Ferrandino, a junior out of Daytona Beach, started her collegiate career at Prairie View A&M, spent 2 seasons over there. 31 games played over 2 seasons out in Texas, and now a junior. Originally from Daytona Beach, Ferrandino, but played high school ball in New York at Bishop Malloy High School in Queens. And she's even in the count, 1-1 with Coleman as she climbs back into the box. Coleman fires a strike, fastball away.
Hey, grab that plate, take that away.
Ball and 2 strikes. For all the 2 strike counts Sophia Coleman has had in this game, she does not have a strikeout. Tapper to third. Another tough play. And in time with the stretch from Tuala to get the outs.
And you just saw the veteran play of Asia Gonzalez charging that ball that was dribbling down that third base line, collects it quickly. And Queen with the absolute monster of a stretch. I know that she did her stretching before the game, because what a play over there at first by Queen to record out number 2 and allow her defense to go to work.
Chop back to the mound. Sophia Coleman catches above her head, and the Wildcats go quickly. 1-2-3 through the inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Still tied at 2 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Zariah Billinger leads off for the Wildcats in the bottom of the fourth. Still tied 2-2 with Alabama State. A win for the Cats would secure them their second straight SWAC series. Caitlin Hill still in the circle for the Hornets. Delivers a strike first pitch. Billinger picked up an RBI in her first at bat with a sac ground out to second. Scoring Jamel Morrissey. That was the second Wildcat run of the first inning. Time called by Hill. Popped in the air down the third baseline into foul territory, and it just ticks the chain link fence over there separating the field from the bullpen. There is a Hornet warming up in the bullpen. I'm not sure if that's for this game or potentially the start of a warm-up for game number 2. Count is 0-2 on Zariah Billinger. Billinger stays alive. Neither pitcher has a strikeout in this game. Neither Coleman nor Hill.
Their defenses have really gone to work in this low-scoring game. After the runs were, it's really been a defensive duel between these two teams as we head into the back half of this game.
The Wildcats played a wild offensive series, as that one's upstairs, ball 1, against Alabama A&M. Swept the Bulldogs up in Huntsville 7-3, 9-6, and 16-11.
The Bats are on fire in that 3-game series to start off conference play for the Wildcats.
Soft grounder to third. Sims across the diamond, 1 out. Third base is getting a lot of traction right now.
It is.
4 of the last 5 outs combined have gone to third. They don't call it the hot corner for nothing.
Now batting,
the fun
number
fact about that
23,
first game of
Asia
conference play
Gonzalez.
for Bethune-Cookman against Alabama A&M, they won it 7-3. Just on the surface, you think that's a comfortable win. That game went to extras, and the Wildcats scored 4 in the 8th.
Nothing easy.
One away, here's Asia Gonzalez. She popped out on the infielder first time up. That ended the first. Way outside from Hill. 2-0. After this, the Wildcats will get a really tough swing of 6 games at Jackson State, hosting Florida A&M. Called a strike on the inside corner, 2-1. As they play these 3 series, Bama State, Jackson State, FAMU, the 3 teams picked ahead of them in the East in the preseason poll. Down low, 3-1, the count on Asia Gonzalez. Then they'll start the back half. Funnily enough, they only play Mississippi Valley once and not twice. That's away. They play everybody else twice, once home, once away. Bounce towards short. Scott on the move, 2 away. Here's a lot of Cypress, single to center. Her first time up, that led off the second. She eventually advanced to third, but was
Now batting,
stranded
number 19,
there.
Alana Cypress.
That Cypress base hit was just down in front of Terrell in center as she charged it and tried to make a sliding play. Ball scrapes the top of the plate. A ball and no strikes. The ultimate goal, of course, is the SWAC tournament May 5th to 9th in Gulfport, Mississippi. The Wildcats have been back-to-back participants in the semifinals of that tournament, but have never quite broken through to reach the final. There's a lot of softball to be played between now and then. Who knows what the development of this team will look like, and really every team in the conference will look like by the time we get there. Low, 3 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, but if they keep the momentum going like they have so far in this conference series, or this conference season, excuse me, then they look to have a bright future when it gets down to Mississippi time in the SWAC tournament.
Called a strike on a changeup inside, 3-1. Alana Cypress trying to keep the inning going here. Hill trying to go 1-2-3. Outside, ball 4. And the Wildcats will have a base runner. They've had at least 1 base runner in every inning. Jessica Alon
Now batting, number 43.
sacked bunted her first time up to move Cypress to second. With 2 outs and Cypress aboard. Down low, ball 1. Wildcat runners will constantly take big leads after pitches to try and force errant throws, and here comes another meeting on the mound. This is head coach Carnice Patterson out there to talk to her pitcher. This is probably just a, hey, settle down. 1 out and you're out of this. I do have to commend Caitlin Hill. After giving up those 2 in the first, she has really settled down, taken advantage of some good defense behind her, and only allowed 3 base runners since the first, and only 1 per inning. She trails Jessica Alon to the count of ball and no strikes, with Alana Cypress on first, 2 gone in the bottom of the 4th, and a 2-2 ball game. Strike called at the knees. 1-1. It'll be the heart of the Bama State order coming up in the 5th. Terrell, Giles, and Frank due up. Ground ball to first, that squeaks through. And the Wildcats will have first and second with 2 down.
Yeah, not the greatest piece of hitting, but it gets the Wildcats on base. A little bit of a defensive error by Alabama State allows them just to continue this inning with a 2-out rally. Jessica Alon getting on base. I'm sure she's happy about that for herself as well. Moving Alana Cypress over, and then Jasmine Maniebo coming up to the plate now, who is a power hitter for this Wildcats team. Can she continue this momentum going?
Catcher Jasmine Maniebo trying to give the Wildcats the lead with Alana Cypress on second. First pitch outside, ball 1. Hill, 62 pitches so far. Sophia Coleman, 72 through 4. Although pitch count does not really matter as much in softball as it does baseball. Low and in, ball 2. One thing that doesn't change is the fatigue factor is still there. But if you have 1, maybe 2 good pitchers, you can really ride them the whole season, as we have seen in the past here at BCU. Strike call, low and inside.
Especially with them having the ability to re-enter the game, you always want to keep your starting pitcher available throughout the game. If you're either one of these teams, Hill going deep into this one. We've seen Sophia Coleman still getting warm, but we do have pitchers in the bullpen.
In the air, center field, Terrell tracking, catching, out number 3. The Wildcats strand 2. And we go to the 5th, still tied at 2 between Alabama State and Bethune-Cookman here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Both Alabama State and Bethune-Cookman still looking for an offensive breakthrough, tied at 2 as we go to the 5th. First of a doubleheader to finish off this SWAC Conference Series in Daytona Beach. It's 2, 3, 4 in the order. Jabril Terrell leads off for Alabama State. Terrell 1 for 2.
Now batting number 20, Jabriel Terrell.
Terrell grounded out in the first, singled down the third base line in the third. Squares to bunt, misses it. Upstairs, ball 1. Slap foul, 1-1. These are the kinds of games where one mistake in the field, one good swing, one missed spot could decide it. Bunted, straight back to the pitcher. Coleman, fields, fires, got her, 1 away.
Now batting number
Now
15, Addison Giles.
Addison Giles doubled to the left center field wall in the second. Ended up being stranded on third, then reached on an error in the third on a ground ball to Jessica Alon at short. Breaking ball upstairs, ball 1. Both teams 2 runs on 4 hits. Fouled away right at home plate, 1-1. The only real difference, BCU has committed 2 errors, Alabama State has committed none. Therefore, the Hornets have left 5 on base, the Wildcats just 3. Everything else, extremely even statistics-wise. Upstairs by Coleman, 2-1. Addison Giles with a slugging percentage coming into the game of just .361. Two balls, 2 strikes.
And a big swing and miss by Giles. Haven't seen any of those really from Coleman today.
Ground ball to third, gobbled up by Gonzalez. 2 down. I have been very impressed with Asia Gonzalez over at third today, despite that 1 that popped up and hit her shoulder.
Yeah, and I don't really even think that one was her
Now
fault. I
batting
think
number
there was some,
27,
the
Ayanna
ball just took
Frank.
a weird bounce in the field. She has been so clean besides that one play. And I'm loving how Sophia Coleman is working here in the back half of this game. She's getting up in counts. She's getting ahead, throwing strikes still, and allowing her defense to do work behind her.
Ayanna Frank watches a slider strike nibble the outside corner. 0-1. Here in the top of the 5th. Frank watches one above her head, 1-1. Frank reached on an error by Gonzalez in the first, stole second, was stranded there, then bunted for an RBI sacrifice in the third, scoring Terrell, that time the game at 2. And neither team has scored since. That is a beautiful pitch that catches the outside corner, 1-2. Coleman deals. Outside, trying to get the chase, 2-2. Coleman not really a strikeout threat, just 9 Ks on the year to 16 walks. But what she has done very well today is induce soft contact, groundouts, pop-ups. She's chasing that swing and miss now as she misses another fastball down and away. Count runs full.
And credit to Alabama State, their hitters have been fairly disciplined at the plate, not swinging and missing much in this game so far, making Sophia pitch to them.
Another full count. Challenged her in the zone and forced Frank to foul it off. Both teams have walked twice. Both walks that Coleman have given up have been to Jayla Stewart, and both have been on full counts where she's been ahead in the count. Popped up on the infield. Called and caught by Coleman. And that is that. 6 straight outs for Sophia Coleman as the Wildcats still look for an offensive breakthrough as we go to the bottom of the 5th here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. To the bottom of the 5th. 9-1-2 in the Wildcat order. Due up, Milani Mayo. That's for the second time.
Number 1, Milani Mayo.
She grounded out to first base unassisted, which ended up stranding Alana Cypress on third back in the second. Her first time up. Caitlin Hill continues to deal on the mound for, or in the circle rather, for Alabama State. First one inside. Hill, the sophomore out of Ridgeland, Mississippi, Ridgeland High School. First team All-State as a senior for Caitlin Hill, named to the very prestigious Clarion Ledger Dandy Dozen, but mostly as a bat. Had a .498 career batting average in high school with 138 runs and holds the school home run record with 18 in her career. And yet, she has not batted at the college level, been primarily used as a pitcher.
If they ever needed her to, I'm sure that she would have no problem stepping into the batter's box and swinging away.
Yeah.
going back to her roots maybe a little bit.
But she also had a 4.90 ERA as over her high school career and 426 strikeouts.
I mean, she's a true two-way, right? She can do it both.
The pitch to Mayo, up and in. Mayo holds off. Does not have an at-bat this season. Caitlin Hill. Outside ball 4. Mialani Mayo works a walk, and the leadoff batter is on for Bethune-Cookman. Third walk drawn by the Wildcats today.
Now batting number 13, Emma Bradley C.
And I would expect some heavy small ball here to try and squeeze a run across, because you may only need one with the way Coleman's dealing in the circle on the other end.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if Mialani was going to be running off of that first base, just because Emma Bradley C has the ability to put contact on the ball, but also the aggressiveness from Coach Watton wanting her players to get in scoring position quickly.
First pitch ball down low. Emma Bradley C, the Canadian from Richmond, British Columbia. One of the few upperclassmen on this roster. Wonder if she was watching the World Baseball Classic last night after she got back. After the Wildcats series opening win. The USA beat Canada to advance to the semifinals. They'll play Dominican Republic in a very appetizing clash. Bradley C looks at a strike. Mayo on first with nobody out. The third baseman, Sims, standing just inside the third baseline, ready to charge a potential bunt. Bradley C lays off of a pitch in the dirt. Three balls, one strike. Hill trying not to lose a second straight batter. Throw back to first. Had a better throw, may have got Mayo as she dove back in full stretch. The count goes full. Big spot for the senior, Emma Bradley C. Hill, the wind of the pitch. Bounce towards second. The tag, and it's dropped. And everybody's safe. She didn't tag Milani Mayo. You could tell that's what Frank was trying to do. He was trying to tag Mayo on the base pass and turn the double play, but she lost the ball first.
Have to secure the ball first. That's #1 rule always. And credit to Lonnie, who can just continue to run through the base path. And again, small ball, yes, weak contact, but it does the job and it gets the runners on. Now with the top of the order, you saw Emma Bradley C, who bats first. Now you pass the bat to Janelle Morrissey, who 14 hits before coming into this game. Can she make an impact here in the second game of the series?
Morrissey is 1 for 2, single to left in the first, came around to score, then was robbed by a terrific diving catch by the shortstop, Scott, for a double play back in the third. Potentially would have been an RBI there as Emma Bradley C was on her horse. And that will be the end for Hill in the circle. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll meet the new Alabama State pitcher as the Wildcats threaten here in the 5th on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. The new pitcher for Alabama State is the junior out of Tampa, Florida, Kohana Pusan, a career Alabama State Hornet. She pitched 5 innings yesterday in the 5-3 loss to Bethune-Cookman. She inherits 2 runners on and nobody out. First pitch is up and in, ball 1, as Janelle Morrissey squared to bunt. Milani Mayo is on second. Emma Bradley C on first after a walk and an infield single. Husan on the year, a 4.96 ERA. That time called a strike on a bunt pullback by Morrissey. She's allowed 53 runs on 70 hits, 42 earned, striking out 43 and walking 23. She's allowed 15 doubles, 2 triples, 8 homers, 5 wild pitches, hit 3 batters with an ERA of 4.96. Yesterday she allowed 3 runs on 4 hits, 2 earned, struck out 4, didn't walk anybody. That one dribbled to third, bobbled by Sims. Everybody's safe, and the Wildcats have the bases all dressed up with nowhere to go and nobody out in the 5th.
And a beautiful job there by Morrissey to just get the bunt down. Yes, bobbled, so it wasn't the cleanest of plays in the field to allow themselves to have a play to make for Alabama State. But what an opportunity here for the Wildcats to gain the lead late on in this second game of the series, and with nobody out.
Mayo on third, Bradley C on second, Morrissey on first. And what a major turning point potentially in the freshman season of Queen Tawala. A chance to give the Wildcats the lead. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the 5th. She did the job in the first with Bradley C on third. Line drive, base hit, third base side. Everybody moves up. Mayo scores. Bradley C to third, Morrissey to second, an RBI single for Tawala, 3-2 Cats.
And she just drilled it right in between the gap of short and third. Rolled into the outfield, gave her team the time to score. The bases remain juiced, and then our DP, Zariah Billinger, coming up to try to add some insult to injury here.
Billinger 0 for 2, does have an RBI sacrifice in the first. Other than that, grounded out to third. Bases still loaded.
And no outs.
And no outs. First pitch, a strike called outside of the knees. In the air, down the left field line, tracking back is Stewart. It's over her head, but it's a foul ball. I think the wind blowing in from center field just pushed that one over the line. Can you imagine if that had gotten down and gone to the corner?
We would have had a whole different type of ball game.
No balls, 2 strikes on Billinger. She looks to continue the rally for the Wildcats. In the air, foul territory, third base side will just bounce off the top of the dugout. Mayo already in to score in this inning. Then a Bradley C single, a Morrissey error, and a Queen Tawala single has plated a run and given the Wildcats a 3-2 lead. Slap to the right-hand side, another base hit. Everybody moves up again. The throw gets away to the backstop. That'll be 2 runs for Bethune-Cookman. A third run coming in. Another throw gets away. Here comes the Cats again. 3 runs are gonna score. The ball goes all over the park, and the Wildcats clear the bases. 6-2 Bethune-Cookman as the Alabama State defense implodes. Bradley C scores, Morrissey scores, Tawala scores. Billinger, I believe, ends up on second.
She came all the way home.
Oh, she did?
Yes. She came all the way home, an inside the park home run for Zariah Billinger, just capitalizing off the mistakes made by Alabama State.
Okay. So 4 runs on the play for the Wildcats. It is now 7-2. I was watching the ball be thrown all over the place. I didn't even see her come all the way in.
Yeah, she came all the way home. Again, the aggressive base running by head coach Laura Watton pays off for her team because they just continue to add runs on here. And this is the competitive spirit that she wanted to have from her team. This is exactly what her teams are made of. Aggressive base running, smart hitting at the plate, and Zariah Billinger, congratulations on your first inside the park home run.
Well, I am sure it's not going to count that way. There's
I
at
know.
least 2 errors on the play.
But I still like to say it.
It's like the one that Jeter Poyeto had the other night. That was a triple inside the park home run where he scored on an errant throw. He would have been coming home anyway.
Right.
And I think the Wildcats are going to make a change here. I see Asia Gonzalez at the plate. Once again, the score is 7-3. After Bradley C., Morrissey, Tawala, and Billinger all come home on the Asia Gonzalez single. Oh, sorry, and Billinger all come home on the Billinger single, and then calamity of errors for Alabama State's infield as they throw the ball away 3 separate times. I believe Alabama State has changed catchers.
Asia Gonzalez.
So Bruss is struck from the game. Braylon Cook is now catching. First pitch of ball low. There
Now
are
in at catcher
still
for the Hornets, number 18,
no outs
Braylon Cook.
in the inning.
And the Wildcats have just broken open this game here in the 5th inning, giving themselves all the confidence here. And like you mentioned, no outs just allows them to play free at the plate too.
Up and out, ball 2. And how do you bounce back from that if you're Kohana Pusan? You come in and give up 2 singles and 4 runs.
You really just try to get as many quick outs as you can. Throw strikes, let your defense work behind you. If they do swing, these Wildcats, again, are going to have that green light at the plate to stay disciplined, but also swing away because there's no outs, the confidence that they're feeling. But can she just get quick outs to allow her team to get back to the plate?
So there were officially 2 errors on that play that scored 4 runs for the Wildcats. Billinger singled, then advanced on 1 error and came home on a 2nd one. That one driven foul, heads up parking lot. That one on the fly, bounced off the top of a car. That's
Hopefully
hard
it's
to do.
not mine.
No, that's why I park far away.
I know.
But that's still hard to do, to get one on the fly out to the parking lot.
Asia Gonzalez got some power.
Tip foul into the chest protector of Braylon Cook, the new catcher. So that officially reads single E9, E2.
Ran over a tree, that's pretty impressive. I don't know how to take that.
7-2 Bethune-Cookman. 5 runs in here in the 5th. That one smacked just foul down the 3rd base line. Just a little bit out in front of it was Asia Gonzalez. 2 strikes on her as she continues battling in this 0-2 count. And that has to give a lot of confidence to Sophia Coleman sitting in the dugout right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
To come in and try and close this game out and get 6 more outs. That one in the air to left center field. That one's going to get down and hit to the wall. The cavalcade of hits continues for the Wildcats. A double for Asia Gonzalez. And now it's Alana Cypress, who has gotten on twice, a single to center and a walk in her first 2 plate appearances. And we'll have a pinch runner. Mika Wesley is going to go out to run at second base for Asia Gonzalez.
Yeah, Micah is a player that will play in that pinch run type of role.
Pinch running for the Wildcats.
For the Wildcats, she's gotten some opportunities at the plate, but she is so quick on the base paths, especially with no outs right now. Coach Juan is going to add as much as she can, wants to get her players across and back into the dugout. And not because they're out, because they kept scoring runs.
First pitch, a strike, fastball to Alana Cypress. After a rocket shot to left center by Asia Gonzalez, now Wesley pinch runs for her at second. Still no outs and 5 runs in. The bunt back to the pitcher. Poston makes the play. And that'll advance Wesley to third as the small ball returns.
Yep, again, moving the runners over. Alana Cypress doing her job perfectly for Micah to get to third. And then Jersey again up to the plate. Try to add more runs for the Wildcats.
Now batting, number 43, Jessica Alon.
Jessica Alon, the junior from California. Chance to put more runs on the board for the Wildcats with Wesley on third and 1 down. Low and away, ball 1 from Poussin. Kohana Poussin from Tampa, Florida, Robinson High School. Up and out for a ball. District Player of the Year as a senior at Robinson High School. And the Florida Athletic Coaches Association All-State pitcher. Dribble towards second. They're going to go with first, and it's an RBI for Jessica Alon as Asia Gonzalez comes home for the 6th run of the inning, and it is 8-2 with 2 away. Funnily enough, that's the second sacrifice ground out to second in the game.
Now batting,
Sorry,
number
Billinger had
5,
one in the first to
Jasmine
score Janelle
Maniego.
Morrissey. Now with 2 away, here's the 9th batter of the inning, Jasmine Maniego. First pitch, a strike. Maniego 0 for 2, a pop out to shallow left and a fly out to right. Swings and misses as the ball pops out of the glove of Cook behind the plate. She's down 0-2. Kohana Poussin, holds 3 Robinson High School softball records: career strikeouts 222, career ERA 134, and career opposing batting average 176. What a fantastic frame job by Braylon Cook behind the plate. That's the first strikeout for anybody in the game, and it ends an inning where the Wildcats score 6 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There were 3 errors and no one left on. We go to the 6th. Wildcats now 6 outs away from clinching the series here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Aleta Scott leads off for Alabama State, now in a 7-2 hole here in the 6th. After the Wildcats played 6 in the 5th inning and give a fair cushion for Sophia Coleman to work with. That one bunted foul right at home plate. Scott 0 for 2, a ground out to short and a fly out to right. A win for Bethune-Cookman would secure them their 2nd straight conference series to start the season. And they would go for the sweep in the 2nd of our doubleheader. The start of a long day of Bethune-Cookman Athletics. Bounce to the plate. That's ball 2. 2 games here at softball, and then 2 games tonight over at baseball at Jackie Robinson Ballpark.
It's a full day of the Diamond Sports for Bethune-Cookman today.
That's how you know that spring sports are all the way here, even with basketball finished up. Bounce to second. Backhanded by Alon across the diamond. In time, and another stretch by Tawala.
What a great play by Jersey over there, who had to backhand that ball.
Now
Throw
batting
from her
number
back
6,
foot, and
Jayla
then Queen
Stewart.
once again showing how flexible she is over there at first base with that stretch to secure that first out.
Tawala gets the exclamation mark on the scorecard for excellent defensive play. First pitch, a fastball strike to Jayla Stewart, has one of the 2 Bama State runs, has walked twice. The only 2 walks that Coleman has given up. Once in the 2nd, once in the 3rd. Swing and a miss. And it is 0-2. Coleman, pitching with a 8-2 lead, does not have a strikeout. But she's been up 0-2 multiple times. That one down low. And I've noticed that she doesn't attack on 0-2 counts. She likes to try and get a chase. And it's predictable enough that you can just lay off of it if you're the Alabama State hitters.
That's what they've been doing this entire game so far.
Fouled away, still 0-2. Correction, 1-2. Sophia Coleman and her defense have retired 7 straight Hornet hitters in the back third of this game. Grounder to third, bobbled by Gonzalez, and I just jinxed it. Jayla Stewart reaches, and there's a runner on first with 1 out. Here's Taylor Sims. Sims singled to left in the 2nd, was caught stealing, and flied out to center in the 3rd. We may be about to have a pinch hitter here.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Hornets, number 13, Bailey Williams.
Bailey Williams is going to pinch hit for Alabama State. Bailey Williams, a .294 hitter, 34 at-bats, 3 runs on 10 hits, a double, a triple, 3 RBI. Slugging .382, getting on base at .385. 3 walks, 2 hit by pitches, and 11 strikeouts for the sophomore from Tifton County, Georgia. First pitch to Williams. Ground ball to first. Out of the glove, and no play anywhere for Queen Tawala and the Wildcat defense. Again, a victim of the bobble. 2 on, 1 out. This is the
Now
reserve
batting number
catcher,
18,
Braylon Cook,
Cook.
who came in the middle of the last inning after the multiple error play that allowed the Wildcats to score 4 runs to catch. Cook taps it back to the screen. Braylon Cook, a .250 batting average, has started 18 games this season. This is her 22nd appearance. 44 at-bats, 4 runs on 11 hits, no extra base hits, no doubles, no triples, 4 homers to lead the team, and 12 RBI. She's also struck out 17 times. That's the most on this Hornets roster. Cook watches a changeup up and away. A ball and 2 strikes
Hey, now you seen it, Bray.
on
Let's go.
Cook. Pass ball away. 2-2. Bama State trying to strike back after giving up 6 runs in the 5th. 2 on, 1 out
Hey, win the setback,
on 2 errors. Just outside again. 3-2.
Way to work it, Ray. Way to work it.
The full count delivery by Sophia Coleman. Swing and a miss! Coleman has her first strikeout of the game, and it's a massive one. 2 away.
Count full, and instead of this one going into play for the Wildcats, she gets the
Now
first
batting
strikeout
number 24, Jordan Ferrandino.
for herself. I mean, she's worked so hard for this whole game. She's done a fantastic job, especially with, runners being on base for Alabama State. That doesn't phase her in the circle, and she gets that strikeout.
Now with 2 outs, it's the 9-hole hitter, Jordan Ferrandino, called a strike on the outside corner. Ferrandino singled off the shoulder
Play, kiddo.
of Asia Gonzalez at third in the 2nd. Picked up an RBI as Jayla Stewart came home. Swing and a miss. She's down 0-2. Then grounded out to third in the 4th. Ferrandino checks the scouting sheet on her wrist. Stands back into the left-handed batter's box. The pitch. Outside, squared to bunt, and takes it for ball.
That was a strike on the first one. Let's be consistent.
A ball and 2 strikes on Ferrandino. He's made a couple of nice defensive plays out in right field today. Can she pick the Hornets up with the bat? Off the end of the bat, skied foul. Over the top of it, fence. Still 1-2. Swung and tapped, and it will roll foul to the first base side, just barely.
I think everybody was holding their breath who's playing defense out there for the Wildcats. Alabama State continuing to run the bases, and as they should, right? Just in case that ball was played fair, they want to have the advantage, and
Find some green
it
out
just
there, kiddo.
trickled foul at the last second.
Once again, the 2-strike pitch. Slap foul to the third base side. Ferrandino battling,
Right at bat. Right at
knowing
bat.
this may be the last good chance for Alabama State in this ballgame.
Hey, keep fighting. Keep fighting.
8-2 Wildcats, top 6, 2 out, first and second on 2 errors. Coleman rocks and fires. Called a ball just outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trying to get the home plate umpire to call that outside corner. This time she swings and misses on the changeup away. 2 straight strikeouts for Coleman to get out of the jam. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Wildcats can end this with 2 runs, or we'll go to the 7th with the Wildcats on top 8-2 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Wildcats lead Alabama State 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. A couple of defensive changes for Alabama State. Bailey Williams, who pinch hit in that last inning, now is at first. First pitch a strike to Milani Mayo from Kohana Pusan. And Ramsey, who was at first, goes to third. That takes Taylor Sims out of the ballgame. Mayo down 0-1. Her walk started the 6-run, 9-hitter 5th for Bethune-Cookman that gave them that 8-2 lead. Because of all those errors, none of the 4 runs that Pusan has given up were earned. In the air, shallow center. Terrell makes the catch, 1 away. 1 out in the 6th, and here's the top of the order with Emma Bradley C. She's 2 for 2 with a walk and 2 runs scored, Bradley C.
She has maintained the consistent stamp for this Wildcats team. She's been so good at seeing pitches and getting herself on base in this game and in this series. And we're going to have a pitching change here for Alabama State.
Yeah, Pusan is done. Amanda Cintron will be the new pitcher.
Your attention, please. Now on the mound for the Hornets, number 11, Amanda Cintron.
Amanda Cintron is the freshman from Orlando out of Cypress Creek High School. Cintron has the 2nd most innings pitched on this team behind Pusan. She's got a 10.37 ERA. She's 3-4, 18 appearances with 8 starts. In 52 innings, she's allowed 93 runs on 100 hits, 77 earned. Striking out 26 and walking 41. She's allowed 16 doubles, 6 triples, 9 homers, and a batting average against of .397. So a lot of balls put in play when Cintron is in the circle. And Bradley C. watches a strike in the outside corner. 1 out. Bottom 6th. Wildcats with an 8-2 lead. Looking to secure a 2nd straight series win to open up conference play. And if they lock this one down, they'll go for the 2nd straight series sweep in the second game of our doubleheader, bounced foul, 2 strikes on Bradley C. I'm pretty sure Kohana Poussin is going to start game 2, which is why they took her out, just to save that arm a little bit for the second game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The only other pitcher that Alabama State has that we have not seen is Mason Quinney. Swing and a miss. Down goes Emma Bradley C. Second strikeout of the day for the Wildcats. First for Cintron.
And getting the first batter that she sees.
Now batting number 15.
What a way to start the game
Janelle
for
Morrissey.
her in the circle.
Here's Janelle Morrissey. 2 runs scored. Has hit the ball hard every time. Singled in the first. Got doubled off in the third off a tremendous diving catch by Scott over at short, and then reached on an error in the 5th and came around to score. As I mentioned, Amanda Cintron out of Cypress Creek High School in Orlando. There's a strike on Morrissey. 2-time All-Metro Conference for the freshman. 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Spikes that one to the plate, and it gets by the catcher. Nobody on base, so no harm, no foul. Just ball 2. Her best game of the year was the conference opener against Mississippi Valley State last weekend. 5 innings, gave up 1 run on 5 hits for Cintron. Up and out, 3 balls, 1 strike on Morrissey. And you look at her strikeout to walk ratio, a lot of strikeouts, but also a lot of walks. 26 strikeouts, 41 walks. Down and in ball 4 as Morrissey keeps the inning going with a 2-out walk. So Morrissey's gotten on with a single, an error, and a walk in 3 out of her 4 at-bats.
She has been so good for the Wildcats so far this season, and just works that count there to her
Now
favor.
batting number 4, Queen Tuala.
All she needs now is a reach on a drop 3rd strike, and she'll have completed the gamut. Queen Tuala stands in now. Tuala started that big rally in the 5th with an RBI single to left, then came in on the home run, quote unquote, by Asia Gonzalez. Oh, correction, by Billinger. That ball gets away from the catcher and allows Morrissey to move up to second. Runner in scoring position for the Wildcats now. As are we going to get another pitching change? We are.
They're going to say that the ball did not hit Queen Tuala. She was trying to take first after that wild pitch. And they're going to move her back to the batter's box.
So the count will be a ball and no strikes on Tuala. It is still a wild pitch. Morrissey does move up to second. Tuala in the game had an RBI sac fly in the 1st, popped out to shallow right in the 3rd, and singled and scored in the 5th. Head coach Camise Patterson talking to our home plate umpire, and we'll get another umpires meeting, our 3rd or 4th of the game. It's been kind of remarkable how fast-paced this game has been,
right,
despite the amount of pitching changes and meetings on the mound and umpire conjecture that we've had from both sides.
Conversations between coaches as well.
We had a almost 5 to 7 minute stoppage back in the 2nd inning about that potential runner's interference call that was not called, that Coach Watton is upset about.
I'm sure she's not that upset right now.
No. Well,
I'm sure she
she's one of those coaches that is never truly happy. I mean,
what do you mean by that?
always could be better. Everything always could be better, even if you win.
Yeah.
But that's how you get the most out of a team like this. Another wild pitch dribbles up the third base line. It allows Morrissey to get into third. I didn't mean that she's never happy. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yes, we won the game, but, I mean, you committed 4 errors.
Right.
But you left X amount of runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
High bouncer, called a foul ball. Two outs. Morrissey on third. Tawala still in the box. Looking for her second hit in as many innings and to try and keep this inning going for the Wildcats. Cintrone winds and fires. Ground ball to third. Ramsey across, and a stretch by Williams ends the inning. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. 3 outs to get for the Wildcats to take this series. They're up 8-2 on Alabama State here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Top of the order in the 7th for Alabama State. Brooke Ramsey leads off. She's 0 for 3. A pop-up on the infield and 2 ground outs to the pitcher. Sophia Coleman 3 outs away from going a complete game. With the Wildcats up 8-2, first pitch low. Very important to only use 1 pitcher here in this first of the doubleheader. Save both Mia Gonzalez and Aimi Ishiki for game number 2 if necessary. Mia Gonzalez threw the complete game yesterday. Gave up 3 runs on 6 hits. For Coleman now, it's throw strikes, try and get out of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you get your team off the field with a little bit of a breather before they step into the final game of the series?
Popped up over the screen into the crowd on the first base side, 1-2. Despite only the 2 runs that have come across for Alabama State, the Wildcats have committed 4 errors. Hard ground to third over the glove of Gonzalez. She tried to pick it backhand style, and that's going to be a leadoff single for Ramsey, her first hit of the day. Leadoff batter aboard for Alabama State.
Now batting number 20, Jabriel Terrell.
Jabriel Terrell, who is 1 for 3. A ground out to short, a single to left, and a sac bunt for Terrell in the ballgame. Wildcats trying to put the finishing touches on this 8-2 ball game here in the 7th. First pitch outside, ball 1 from Sophia Coleman, who has thrown 117 pitches now.
She has really used up her arm, but effectively, right? Only giving up 2 runs through these 7 innings so far. She has done a fantastic job out there in the circle for the Wildcats.
And her longest outing by far of the season. Her longest outing previously was 5 innings against Illinois Chicago, where she threw 63 pitches.
And this is what the Wildcats need from Sophia, a veteran arm. Can they use her throughout an entire game?
Dribbled to short, they go to second for nothing as the ball is thrown away off the glove of Jessica Alon, who tried to cover second. Another error, the 5th of the game for Bethune-Cookman.
Unfortunate there that they couldn't even get the lead runner out on that play. You never want the opposition to be able to hang around in a game like this. Can you slam the door? Wildcats there just a little bit trying to think before the ball was in their glove and moved accordingly. Alabama State, no out still.
So now, 2 on, nobody out. But again, you've got a 6-run cushion.
Right.
You don't need to panic here. Addison Giles will be the batter. She's got the power.
And that's exactly what Coach Shea is telling them in the circle right now in this meeting is you do have this 6-run lead. Let's not panic. Let's not freak out. Let's get the 3 outs that we need. Let's, and be ready for that 3rd game. Just a reminder and an encouragement for those ladies that are playing out there.
Addison Giles doubled to the left center field wall in the 1st. Reached on an error in the 3rd, then grounded out to 3rd in the 5th. And again, you don't need to turn to try a fancy double play in the infield. Get the lead runner taken out where you can get it. First pitch to Giles. Ground ball to short. This time a flip to second. The turn to first. Double play. They do get the twin killing, and the Wildcats are 1 out away. And I'm sure relief for Morrissey at shortstop.
And again, it's simple play. Fielded the
Now
ball.
batting number 27,
All she had to do
Ayana
was
Frank.
shuffle and play it over to Jersey, and then the clean throw from the veteran second baseman over to Queen, who continues to be stellar at first.
Potential last batter of the game for Alabama State is Ayana Frank. Reached on an error in the 1st, had an RBI sac bunt in the 3rd, and popped out to the pitcher in the 5th. Down and away ball 2. And over 120 pitches now for Sophia Coleman. She's able to get through this clean and take an 8-2 win on a complete game as there's a strike on the inside corner. How much does that do for her confidence?
Oh, numbers. And, she's definitely going to have an ice bag waiting for her in the dugout to put on her arm, but it'd be worth it if you get this decisive sort of win. And like I said earlier, this is exactly what the Wildcats need from Sophia Coleman to go long into games, potentially an entire game.
Line drive left center field, chasing in and making the catch is Emma Bradley C. This one belongs
That's
to the
your ball
maroon
game.
and
The
gold.
final score, your
The Wildcats win it 8-2
8-2
as they erupt to break a tie in the 6th inning for 6 runs. And we will have game 3 of this series in about half an hour as the Wildcats go for a sweep. Your final line score: Alabama State 2 runs on 5 hits, committed 3 errors and left 7 on base. Bethune-Cookman 8 runs on 7 hits, committed 5 errors and left 4 on base. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 20 minutes. We'll have game 3 coming at you here in just a little bit on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Your winning pitcher is Sophia Coleman. Kohana Husan picks up the loss. There was no save. 30 minutes till game number 3 of this series. Stay with us here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
number 11, Amanda Centrone. And for the Wildcats, batting first at center field, number 13, Emma Bradley C. Batting second at shortstop, number 15, Janelle Morrissey. Batting third, the first baseman, number 4, Queen Tuala. Batting fourth, the DP, number 8, Zariah Billinger. Batting fifth, at right field, number 19, Alana Cypress. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 23, Asia Gonzalez. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 43, Jessica Alon. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 5, Jasmine Manyebo. Batting ninth, the left fielder, number 1, Mialani Mayo. And on the mound for the Wildcats, number 11, Mia Gonzalez.
We are back for game number 2 of this doubleheader from beautiful Sunnyland Park here in Daytona Beach. The Wildcats have taken this series already with a 2-0 lead, an 8-2 win in game 1 of the series. And now Mia Gonzalez takes the mound in the circle for the Wildcats for game 3 as they'll try and close out a sweep. That one in the air, well hit the right center field and off the wall on the fly by Brooke Ramsey. She'll cruise into second with a leadoff stand-up double. Ramsey was 1 for 4 in game number 1 with an infield single. So already a good start for Alabama State. Gabrielle Terrell squares to bunt, drops it down, back to the pitcher. Gonzalez gets the out at first, but Ramsey goes across to third.
Alabama State working quickly in this game, wanting to get runners across early and often, knowing that the Wildcats'
Now
bats
batting
are
number
hot.
15, Addison Giles.
Now it's Addison Giles. Doubled, reached on an error, and then grounded out twice in game 1 of the doubleheader. First pitch down and away, ball 1. Wildcats enter this 3rd game of the series, 9-19, 5-0 in conference play. Looking for a double sweep to start, and already a meeting on the mound. Swept Alabama A&M last week, looking for a sweep in this one as they won the first game of the series, 8 of the doubleheader, 8 runs to 2. 4 o'clock start time here in game number 2. Weather the same as it was for game number 1, about 70 degrees. A light wind, 3 to 10 miles an hour, blowing in from center field. Partly cloudy skies here in Daytona Beach today on the east coast of Florida. Wildcats won the first game of the series last night 5-3, with Mia Gonzalez going the distance in that game as well. Bounce towards second. They'll go home, and safe is Brooke Ramsey. 1-0 Alabama State. They take their first lead since it was 2-0 in the top of the first last night in game 1.
Again, like I just said, they're going to want to score runs early. I like the effort from the Wildcats to go home and try to get that lead runner out. But instead, they still have only 1 out, down 1, and a runner on first now.
Yeah, I think they should have gone and got the easy out, give up the run, and get 2 outs in the inning. Here is Ayanna Frank in the first game of the doubleheader. She was 0 for 2, reached on an error in the first, and had an RBI sacrifice. Brooke Ramsey already in, 1-0 Alabama State. Off the end of the bat, slicing down the line, that's fair. Going from first to third is Giles, racing into second, and beating the tag is Frank. She'll have a double, and the bats continue for Alabama State here in the first. Second and third now with just 1 out. And that's the danger of trying to get that lead runner at home instead of taking the easy out. And we are already going to have a pitching change. Mia Gonzalez has judged to not have it by Coach Watton and her staff.
And I won't be surprised if we see Mia Gonzalez later on in this game. She
Your
pitched
attention,
in game
please.
1
Now on the mound for the
of this
Wildcats,
series.
number 6, Aimi Tohara Ishiki.
Aimi Ishiki is going to come on and pitch for Bethune-Cookman. Sophia Coleman went the distance in game number 1, over 120 pitches, just give up 2 runs. Ishiki, the sophomore from Lima, Peru. She has a 7.60 ERA, 31 1/3 innings pitched, has allowed 40 runs on 50 hits, 34 earned, striking out 13 and walking 13. She's allowed 13 doubles, 1 triple, 6 homers, has thrown 4 wild pitches and 6 hit by pitches. She is 3 and 5, so she has wins in 3 of the Wildcats' 9 wins on the season. But already a pitching change. Mia Gonzalez records 1 out and gives up 1 and is responsible for the 2 runners on with one away here in the top of the first. Wildcats, you said the bats are hot. They scored 8 runs in game 1, but you cannot let this one get away from you early. It is so easy to ride that high of a series win, a game 1 win, and just get torched in game 2 of a doubleheader. We saw the baseball team do that a couple times last year. Apologies for some of the technical difficulties here with the stream. Alabama State scores another run off a crazy play down the third base line. Giles comes in. Frank goes to third. Now Alana Scott is on second. 2-0 Alabama State, still just 1 out. And the batter is Bailey Williams, who did not start in the first game. Had 1 pinch hit at bat where she reached on an error in the 6th. Williams batting .294 on the season. 3 runs on 10 hits. That one outside. Already in the inning, Ramsey doubled to right center. Was brought home on the fielder's choice by Addison Giles. Then Giles scored on the fielder's choice by Scott after a Frank double. And that one is hammered in the air down the left field line. Trailing foul into foul territory. And the catch is made by Milani Mayo, and that will retire the side. Wildcats will come to bat trailing for the first time since the opening inning of the first game of the series here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. To the bottom of the first we go here at Sunnyland Park. Alabama State gets 1 run as we untangled the ridiculousness. It was that one play in the middle on 2 hits in strand 2. And Emma Bradley C leads off for Bethune-Cookman.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 13, Emma Bradley C.
Bradley C. Faces the same pitcher that ended the game for Alabama State on the mound, Amanda Cintron, the Orlando native. Cintron deals outside. A call to strike to Bradley C. Cintron checks her wrist and deals the 2-strike pitch. Bradley C stays alive, taps it foul back to the screen. Emma Bradley C scored twice and was 2 for 3 with a walk in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Dribbled towards short, scooped up, and an out at first on a nice play by Frank. Over at second base, 1 down.
Now batting, number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
Janelle Morrissey also scored twice in game number 1. Singled, reached on an error, walked, and lined into a double play. First pitch to Morrissey, a strike on the inside corner. Line drive, bounced off the glove of Frank at second and dribbles into shallow right field. So Morrissey will be aboard with 1 out. She's just hit the ball hard every time she's been up today.
Yeah, she really has. Just found a way to get herself on base, whether that be walks or just
now batting,
good piece of
4,
hitting. Janelle Morrissey just continues to
Tuala.
be a magnet for the base pass for the Wildcats. And it's fantastic to have those two as your starting, your leadoff 2 batters, right? You have Emma Bradley C, who gets on base a ton, Janelle Morrissey to back her right up, and then the lady at the plate right now, Queen Tuala, who's had a stellar freshman career up to this point.
Tuala, another grounder to second. That one bounces up, and Frank can't find it. They try to go to third. The ball dribbles away and is covered over at third by Ramsey. That's the kind of wild throwing that got Alabama State in trouble in the first game. Morrissey advances to third on the error. Tuala is on. She'll go to second. And already things are afoot here in the Hornets infield, just like they were in the last game. We saw that crazy inside the park home run, quote unquote, that was hit by Billinger, where the ball was just thrown around and around and around, and it looked like a U8 game where the ball just gets tossed around and at nobody in particular.
Well, that's just heads-up base running by the Wildcats, right? Just being aware of what's going on, and Zariah right up to the plate again here in game 2, hoping to, maybe not do another triple / inside the park home run like we saw in the first game of today, but add some more runs in for her team.
Now second and third, 1 out. Here is Billinger. Outside of that, base is clearing. 2 error play that she scored
8,
on.
Zariah Billinger.
Billinger had an RBI sacrifice and a ground out to third in game number 1. And again, nobody on first. You're looking to put the ball in play here and tie this game at 1 in the first. Cintron deals. Down and away, ball barely gets away from the catcher, Braylon Cook. They throw down to third, the ball gets away, and everybody holds on. If I'm head coach Camise Patterson in Alabama State. I'm saying, ladies, let's hold the ball. Just quit throwing it away.
Right. Save themselves and not do unforced errors like they have been.
Again, low and away. Cook has to pick that one up off the dirt. 3 balls, no strikes. And really, putting Billinger on here is not the worst thing that can happen for Bama State, because then the double play comes into play on a ground ball up the middle. The 3-0. Cintrone gets a strike call. Cintrone's numbers on the season. She is 3-4 with a 10.37 ERA. She's given up 93 runs on 100 hits, 77 earned, striking out 26 and walking 41. Up and in, ball 4, bases loaded. With 1 out here in the first for the Wildcats as Billinger draws the walk, and here's Asia Gonzalez.
And what a response for the Wildcats. It'll actually be Alana Cypress up to bat, who is just as much a lethal weapon. She has gotten on base a ton in this series, a lot in game 1 as well.
Correction, this is Alana Cypress, as I wrote down wrong on my scorecard. I'm going to have to undo a lot.
Going down 1-0 in the top of this first inning, after a game where you completely dominated, this response here in the bottom of the first is amazing for the Wildcats to just get the bases loaded, only 1 out. Anything can happen for them right now, and Alana Cypress is a perfect person to continue this hitting streak.
Cypress grounds the ball to second. That'll be an RBI. And we have a tie game at 1 as Morrissey comes in.
Now batting,
2
number
away,
23,
the runners move up.
Asia Gonzalez.
Tawala to third, Billinger to second. And now here's Asia Gonzalez. First pitch, a strike to Gonzalez. That one's upstairs. And this is after the Wildcats were forced into a pitching change in the first, with Ishiki replacing Mia Gonzalez after only 1 out. Down and in on the breaking ball. Cook pretty much sat on that ball behind the plate, preventing it from dribbling to the backstop. 1-1. That one caught the corner. 1-2. Check that, 2-2. Cintrone trying to get out of the inning at just 1-1. Ground ball, foul outside of third.
You saw Asia just waiting for that off-speed pitch, sat on it, and just was a little bit too early to drill it. But good contact from Asia Gonzalez.
That one smacked in the air to left field, down the line, and trailing foul out of play. Grounded up the middle, past the diving Scott. That'll be 2 more runs. Coming to the plate and safe. Getting the hand in there is Billinger. What a slide by Zariah Billinger. And the Wildcats take a 3-1 lead.
And Asia Gonzalez just continues to hit, and another double for her. She had one in the game prior earlier today. And what a piece of hitting from your senior leader. Drilled that one and added 2 more runs.
Tawala in from third. Billinger
Now
hits
batting
from
number
second.
43, Jessica Alon.
And now here is Jessica Alon with 2 down and just Gonzalez on second. Slider outside, ball 1. One the count on a strike. Morrissey, Tawala, and Billinger have all scored in this half inning for the Wildcats. They lead 3-1 and pick right up where they left off at the end of game number 2. Outside for a ball. Jessica Alon reached base once in the first game of the doubleheader, had an RBI ground out. Other than that, we had a sac bunt and a single to right. Bounce to the plate for a ball. 3-1 the count. Maniebo awaits on deck if the inning were to continue. The pitch from Cintrone. Back up the middle. Fielded in front of the bag by Scott. She'll turn the play. And the Wildcats get 3 runs on 2 hits and an error. And we go to the top of the second. 3-1 Bethune-Cookman here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Apologies as we're working through some technical difficulties here at Sunnyland Park. It is the top of the second. The count is 3 balls, no strikes to Jayla Stewart for Alabama State. The Wildcats lead 3-1. And ball 4 as that one is high. Stewart with the leadoff walk. So second
Now
straight
batting
inning
number 18, Braylon Cook.
that Alabama State has had the leadoff man aboard. Braylon Cook, who came in in relief in game number 1, replacing Bruss, the original starting catcher. Had one at-bat, struck out against Sophia Coleman. Runner goes, the bunt goes down third base side. It's a good one. It's going to be a close play at first, and they got her. But again, Cook does the job. Moves Stewart on to second. And here is Jordan
Now batting number
Fernandino.
24, Jordan Ferrandino.
Ferrandino, single, ground out, and strikeout in her 3 plate appearances in the first game. Ferrandino, this is her second start of the season. The first one was in game 1. Down low, ball 1. Ferrandino picked up her first hit and first RBI of the season in the second inning with a single to the third base side. Breaking ball high is
Nice job.
Emi Ishiki is struggling to find the plate here in inning number 2. She came in after 4 batters of inning number 1, got out of the jam after Mia Gonzalez was pulled by Coach Watton, and now Ishiki having trouble. Wildcats don't really have a lot behind Ishiki in terms of pitching. Sophia Coleman threw over 120 pitches in game 1. We've already seen Gonzalez, then Ishiki, and then you talk about 13 innings from Malaya Galindo. Queen Tawala's thrown 4 innings. Rebecca Mitchell's thrown 3. Gets pretty lean behind these 3, so the Wildcats got to figure it out on the mound. There's a strike. Jayla Stewart on second after a walk and a sac bunt. 1 away, top 2. Bethune-Cookman baseball has started their doubleheader against Prairie View A&M. We'll have updates for you every so often here. That one bounced high towards second. The underhand to first by Alon in time. 2 away as Stewart advances to third. Now Brooke Ramsey.
Batting number 34, Brooke Ramsey.
Who lanced a double on the first pitch she saw of the game over Alana Cypress's head to the right field wall. Ishiki rocks and fires. Fastball strike away on the corner.
I like that pitch from Aimee. And a great frame by Manyebo behind the plate as well, just to make her pitcher look good. I like that Aimee is just attacking these hitters, throwing strikes and trying to get some swings and misses.
In the air, left center field, well hit. That is gonna be caught on the move. Mialani Mayo saves at least 1 run, maybe 2, and the Wildcats maintain a 3-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the second here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. The Wildcats send 7 batters to the plate, and 3 of them come in the first, as they have a 3-1 lead going to the bottom of the second. Jasmine Manyebo starts things off for the Wildcats here in this half inning. Manyebo was 0 for 3 in game 1, a pop out, a fly out, and a strikeout. First pitch, a strike by Amanda Cintron. Jasmine Manyebo from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Strike on the outside corner, 0-2. That's near Toronto. One of the larger suburbs in the greater Toronto area, Mississauga. Just hosted the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, which is the Canadian Women's Curling Championship, before the Olympics earlier this year. That one just high. That one in the air to center field, sending Terrell back. She makes the grab after a 3-step retreat. One away.
Now batting number 1, Mialani Mayo.
Now here is Mialani Mayo, fresh off that nice running catch in the outfield to end the top of the second. Mayo was responsible for starting that big 6-run rally in the 5th inning for the Wildcats. That one is out at first, a very close play, but Mayo is gone. And there's 2 away quickly. Mayo in the first game grounded out, flied out, and walked, and that one walk was the start of that rally.
Now batting number 13, Emma Bradley C.
2 quick outs for Alabama State. Here's Emma Bradley C, who grounded out back in the first. Big slow breaking ball outside to Bradley C. Cintron came in, pitched 1 inning. That was the 6th inning. She retired 3 of the 4 batters she faced. The only one that got on base was a walk to Janelle Morrissey. She's behind in the count, 2-0 to Bradley C. And now 3-0. Plenty of action in the SWAC on the softball side of things today, as series finish up around the conference with most teams playing doubleheaders. Bradley C will take a 4-pitch walk and the inning continues.
Now batting number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
A couple of final scores in around the SWAC. Florida A&M wins 8-0 over Mississippi Valley. Southern beats Grambling 7-1. Jackson State beats Alabama A&M 11-1. That's after beating them 18-9 yesterday. Those games, all the first games of doubleheaders except the Florida A&M Valley game, which is the 3rd game of that series. They played 2 yesterday. And after Cintron is having some trouble finding the strike zone, there'll be a meeting on the mound. Other series, Texas Southern and Arkansas Pine Bluff finishing up today after Pine Bluff beat TXSO 3-2 yesterday. First game of that doubleheader is in the bottom of the 5th. Texas Southern 5, Arkansas Pine Bluff 1. Prairie View and Alcorn State playing a doubleheader today in Lorman, Mississippi. Prairie View wins game 1 of that series 8-3 after winning 12-0 yesterday to open the series. 2 outs to Emma Bradley C on first. Here's Janelle Morrissey, who singled off the glove of Frank at second her first time up. That's another ball from Cintron.
Right hand gotta go up there. Let's go.
Full results from yesterday's action, as there's a strike to the knees. Jackson State 18, Alabama A&M 9, Pine Bluff 3, Texas Southern 2, Prairie View 12, Alcorn 0, BCU 5, Alabama State 3, Florida A&M 10-0 and 8-0 over Mississippi Valley. So they have now swept Mississippi Valley without allowing a run in that series. Outside. 3-1 the count on Morrissey. Southern beat Grambling State 10-0. That was yesterday.
Yeah. It's not where she takes it, it's where she catches it.
Cintron deals a 3-1. Turned on and bounced foul, third base side. Morrissey trying to be aggressive in a 3-1 count. I understand that. Trying to increase this 3-1 lead here in the second. And you feel that the Alabama State bats are hungry, and 3 runs might not be enough in this one. Smack to third. Fielding and firing is Ramsey, and that's the end of the inning. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. We go to the third. 3-1 Wildcats here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. We go to the third, 3-1 Bethune-Cookman, looking for a weekend sweep of Alabama State.
Leading off for the Hornets, number 20, Jabrielle Terrell.
Jabrielle Terrell leads off for Bama State. She sacrificed bunted her first time up to get Brooke Ramsey to third, where she eventually scored the opening run for Bama State from. That one launched straight to third. And Asia Gonzalez says, thank you very much, 1 away.
Continues her dominance over there at third base, just protecting the hot corner. Fantastic job.
Now
Reaction
batting number
move
15,
by Asia Gonzalez to get in front of that
Giles.
ball and catch it.
Addison Giles bunted and reached on a fielder's choice back in the first. Up and in ball 1. Amy Yashiki was convinced to come to Bethune-Cookman by former Wildcat Thais Uyema, who played catcher here for the last 2 years. Both from Peru, both knew each other from the softball circuit down there. That one in the air to left field down the line, giving chase, and that's going to drop in just in front of Mayo, and another double, the third of the game already for Alabama State off the bat of Addison Giles. Mayo just
Now
couldn't
batting
get to
number
that one.
27, Ayana Frank.
Ayana Frank also doubled in the first to right field down the
Your
line.
attention, please. Pinch running for the Hornets, number 25, Mackenzie Owens.
Mackenzie Owens will pinch run for the second time today. She pinch ran in the third of game 1. Did not come in to score, did not advance from second base. 1 out here in the third. The batter is Frank. Strike on the inside corner from Ishiki. Ayana Frank in game 1 reached on an error, had an RBI sacrifice bunt on a squeeze play and popped up on the infield. Yoshiki deals outside. Frank, the sophomore from Fairfield, California. Down low and inside on Frank. Yoshiki deals and gets a swing and a miss. Way ahead of the off speed.
Love that pitch from Imee. Just goes right at the hitter. Gets her with that off speed. Very deceptive in the circle. Now she goes for that K with only one out here.
A 2-strike pitch. That time she sat on it, lined it to left, and Mayo makes the catch, moving to her left, right on the foul line. Another great catch by Mialani Mayo in left field.
Now batting number 21,
rob a
Elena
run
Scott.
from Alabama State. Now there's 2 outs. Alana Scott will try and put the Hornets on the board again with 2 outs in the third. She reached on a fielder's choice her first time up. Was stranded on second. First pitch to her outside and low. Mackenzie Owens. Pinch runs for the designated player Addison Giles, leads off as second. Goes with the off speed, down and away, ball 2. Wildcats at this point are done with non-conference games. They'll just play SWAC contests from here on out, playing 2 days a week.
Oh my.
In the air, left field, Mayo tracking, catching just shy of the track. As Alabama State puts the ball in the air, but again, they can't bring the runner in. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and we go to the bottom of the third, 3-1 Bethune-Cookman here on the CatEye Radio Network. Queen Tawala leads off for Bethune-Cookman here in the third. They lead the Alabama State Hornets 3-1. Amanda Cintrone still in the circle for Alabama State. Has thrown 43 pitches to this point, has given up 3 runs on 2 hits, all unearned. After the error committed by Frank in the first allowed those runs to score. The 4 runs in the game combined, all in the first inning. And only 2 base runners combined between these 2 teams since then. Low ball 2 to Morrissey, or correction to Queen Tawala, reached on that error in the first, ended up coming around to score. After having a run and an RBI in game number 1 herself, and playing some tremendous defense over at first base.
She's really done it all in this series, taken care of what her defensive responsibilities at first, and then also stepping into the batter's box and being aggressive at every at-bat.
I was getting up anyway.
The 2-1. Just inside. 3-1. Cintrone has already walked 2 Wildcat hitters. Billinger in the first, Bradley C in the second. That time on the ground is short. On a hop, Scott fields and fires, and there's 1 away. At times, what gets the Wildcats at the plate is their inability to make
Now
solid
batting,
contact, a lot of ground
8,
balls.
Uriah Billinger.
And yes, it forces the defense to make a play on you. It's not as good as barreling it up and driving it somewhere.
Yeah, but the small ball has been the name of the game for the Wildcats in this entire season. They have the ability to hit with power, yes, but the more that they can get runners on and pass the bats back, the more successful they will be, and it shows on the scorecard. 1
away. Here's Zariah Billinger, walked her first time up and was the 3rd of the 3 Wildcat runs to come across in the first. Cintrone fires a strike, and it's 1-1. Billinger, one of the many Californians on this team from Huntington Beach. That one low and away on the breaking ball. 2-1. Long hold as Cintrone looks at her wrist and comes home with it. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. And the development of the offense as we've gotten into conference play is something we kind of anticipated. I remember talking on the Hail Wildcats radio podcast about if the Wildcats could find some hitting, they might be all right. And they really have. If you look at the first series, right, against Alabama A&M, scored 7, 9, and 16 runs. And they scored 5 and 8 the first 2 of this series. Fouled away, count holds 2-2.
I think when they face some of the best pitching in the country, it's really hard to gain confidence at the plate. And then as they've just progressed through the other non-conference games that they have played, they've really just settled in at the plate and spoke confidence into themselves and other people. Zariah Billinger told me just last week that she just steps into the batter's box every time and says that she's got it.
Billinger drives it to left over the head of Stewart into the wall. Billinger into second with a 1-out double, and just when I asked where's the power, well, there it is.
Well, that's exactly what I was just saying too as well, with how they step into the batter's box and with the count full
Now
and
batting, number
with
19,
just the opportunity
Alana
to
Cypress.
not, be aggressive at the plate in that moment. She still sees pitches, drives that one the opposite way, and gets herself on base in a position where, she could have clamped up, but she was confident in that moment and used her ability.
Now it's Cypress, who had an RBI ground ball in the first inning. One out, and Zariah Billinger on second. First pitch down and in, ball 1. It'll be interesting to see how the Eastern Conference of the SWAC softball shakes out. I mean, obviously Bethune-Cookman predicted to finish 4th behind Jackson State, Florida A&M, and Alabama State. Ball 2, and ahead of Alabama A&M and Mississippi Valley. If Bethune-Cookman starts their conference slate 6-0, that really upsets out of the apple cart of the predicted order of finish and puts Bethune-Cookman in a really nice spot.
And they just have to keep that going and not allow, themselves to get too big. And I know that they won't with head coach Laura Watton as their leader, always wanting to keep them humble. But this is what they've worked for, right? This is what they have played all those tough non-conference games for, and you want to make the predicted rankings look silly. You want to upset those and show people who you actually are. And this team was unpredictable going into the season, right? They have so many new faces. Nobody really knew who they were going to be. And they've kind of stepped into their own identity and their own type of new season here in conference play.
That's a ball just outside to Cypress. 3 balls, no strikes after the meeting on the mound to Cintron. And you're right. It was so hard to rank this team at the beginning of the season. So much new, 17 freshmen, only 4 returners on the whole team. Ball 4 as Cypress takes a 4-pitch walk, 2 on with 1 out. And the batter is Asia Gonzalez, who had an
Now
RBI
batting,
double to
number
center field
23,
in the
Asia
first inning.
Gonzalez.
And I wonder when, not if, we're going to see Kohana Pusan for Alabama State. First pitch outside and low, ball 1 from Cintron. Pusan, far and away, statistically the best pitcher that Alabama State has. There's a strike at the knees on a little drop ball. Pitched 5 innings last night, gave up 3 runs on 4 hits against the Wildcats, who eventually won the game 5-3. Also, excuse me, she also pitched in the first game of this doubleheader and was on the mound for that crazy play that the Wildcats scored 4 runs and cleared the bases on to blow the game open. Although half those runs not attributed to her, as Hill left the bases loaded before she came on. She only threw an inning and 2/3. I would expect to see her at some point in this game. Cintron deals, dribble to short, off the glove of Scott, and into left field. Everybody holds up, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
And again, Asian Gonzalez just continues to hit and see great pitches. That one right at the shortstop, Scott, but gets through because of how well it was hit, and
Now
the
batting,
bases are
number
juiced now for
43,
Jersey
Jessica Alon.
to maybe do something here with only 1 out.
Called an infield single, not an error there. So Gonzalez, does get a single, and now here is Jessica Alon, first pitch strike. Alon had a hit and an RBI in 3 plate appearances in game number 1. Looks to extend a 3-1 Wildcat lead with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the 3rd. Ground ball could be 2. They come home for 1, back to first, no play. So they'll get the lead runner, Billinger, cut down at home. Everybody else moves up a base. Cypress to 3rd, Gonzalez to 2nd, and Alon to 1st on the fielder's choice. So now 2 away in the inning, and it's the catcher,
Now
Jasmine
batting, number 5, Jasmine Manyebo.
who is looking for her first hit of the day, and it would be a big one if she's able to come through here. First pitch, a drop ball low. And those are the pitches, if Cintron leaves a ball like that in the zone, that it's just gonna get hammered.
No, absolutely. If it doesn't drop quick enough, this one is getting cranked.
Manyebo takes a fastball strike outside corner, 1-1. Cypress on 3rd, Gonzalez on 2nd, Alon on 1st, 2 outs, bottom 3. Cintron checks her wrist and comes home with it. Ground ball, line drive right at Scott. And that's the end of the inning as she makes the catch. Wildcats leave the bases loaded on 3 hits in the 3rd, and we go to the 4th. Still 3-1 Wildcats here on the CatEye Radio Network and Swag TV.
13, Bailey Williams.
Haley Williams leads off the top of the fourth for Alabama State. The Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman lead 3-1 with Aimi Ishiki still in the circle for the Wildcats. Hasn't given up a run in her 2 2/3 innings of work so far. Just one hit and one walk in 10 batters faced. Williams popped out to shallow left to end the first inning. In the air to center field. Going back is Bradley C. She'll fight the sun and track it down for out number 1.
Now batting number 6, Jayla Stewart.
The Wildcats look a lot more comfortable defensively in this game 2 than they did in game 1. They did commit 5 errors in game 1 of the series. Still came away with the 8-2 win. Jayla Stewart walked her first time up. Takes a first pitch low and away. At the start of play today, the Wildcats led the SWAC in fielding percentage at .957 and had committed the 3rd fewest errors with just 29 on the year. Fouled away on a fastball in on the hands, 1-1 on Jayla Stewart. We are seeing all the hallmarks of a Laura Watton coach team come to the forefront here through the first 2 weekends of conference play. Solid pitching, solid defensively, play small ball, and ruthlessly take advantage of opponent mistakes, as we saw in game number 1. That one outside, 2-1. Little squibbler to the first base side. That's an out as it never went foul. Wildcats will take advantage of that one.
They absolutely will. And heads up play by Queen Tawala just to charge that ball before it dribbled foul. It was on the edge of that first base line, but she grabbed it right before it could.
Now batting number 18, Braylon Cook.
Braylon Cook had a sac bunt her first time up. 2 outs, nobody on. Ishiki looking for a clean 4th. That's a pop-up. Shallow left. Another nice play by Mayo. And 1, 2, 3 go the Hornets. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Wildcats looking for some insurance, up 3-1 here on the CatEye Radio Network. Milani Mayo leads off for Bethune-Cookman here in the bottom of the 4th. She's been the defensive star of the game for the Wildcats, has saved at least 2 runs with the glove. Now she'll try and start a Wildcat rally with the bat here in the 4th. Bethune-Cookman up 3-1, looking for the series sweep of Alabama State. First pitch, low ball 1. Checking in on Wildcat baseball there across the street at Jackie Robinson Ballpark, playing the first of a doubleheader against Prairie View A&M. It is 0-0 in the bottom of the 4th. There is 1 combined hit between the 2 teams. 1 hit.
Going to be a defensive duel out there at Jackie Robinson Ballpark
I mean,
today.
Edwin Sanchez is pitching, so that does kind of track. The pitch to Mayo low. 3 balls, no strikes. Cintron creeping up towards 70 pitches now. Her season high is 121, as that's a 4-pitch walk to Mialani Mayo. She's also thrown 95 against Troy and 68 against
Now batting,
Oklahoma.
number 13, Emma Bradley C.
She's threw 68 pitches in 1 2/3 against Oklahoma on in the first weekend of the season.
Well, you talk about Edwin Sanchez pitching. That's Oklahoma for you. That's going to happen.
Out at first is Emma Bradley C. As it hit the bat twice, is what the first base umpire is saying. Or are they going to say foul ball here? I think they might be saying foul ball, because Bradley C is still in the box.
Well, she's not going to move until they tell her to get out.
There was a loud complaint. I'm not sure if it was from an assistant coach or from a fan that said she was out because the ball hit her. And if it's in the field of play, you can't hit the ball, like kick the ball or whatever. But if it was a foul ball, it doesn't matter. So Bradley C will stand back in. That game where she threw 68 pitches in 1 2/3 innings, the game ended 23-3 in 5 innings for Oklahoma. So Cintron has to get back in at a 1-1 count on Bradley C. Mayo on first. Nobody out in the inning. Bradley C squares to bunt, and it did hit the bat off the handle, so that'll be a foul ball as it escapes back to the screen. That ball came right at Emma. She did some pirouette dance moves to get out of the way and not get hit in the face. That's why you got the face guard on the front of the helmet. Anyway, it's 1-2. Down low on a breaking ball. Ball gets away, and the speedy Mialani Mayo is already at second base on the wild pitch.
She was looking to get to second this entire at-bat by Emma and finds her way to second there. Now in scoring position, no outs for the Wildcats.
Now we might see Emma try and go sack bunt here to try and move her to third. But there is 2 strikes, the 2-2. She does bounce it right back up the middle where nobody is. And that'll be runners on the corners. In fact, she'll move up to second on the throw home. And the Wildcats threaten second and third, nobody out, and the heart of the order coming up with Morrissey, Tawala, and Bellinger, the next 3 batters.
Janelle Morrissey.
That bat by Emma Bradley C warranted a clap from her head coach, Laura Watton. And she originally was just staying at first, and as they threw the ball home, just made her way to second base because there was nobody covering it and might as well take that extra base. These Wildcats, as they're getting into conference play, just playing more free. You can see it in their body language. You can see it in the way that they approach each at-bat and how they are on the base paths. They're just playing softball like they were when they were kids, and that's when you get your best softball, right? When you're playing free, you're not really thinking too much about what's going on, and you're just playing the game as it comes to you, and that's exactly what they're doing right now and why they've been successful.
And you talk about playing heads-up ball, right? That could be the difference between another run with Bradley C advancing to second on that throw. I was watching during this quick timeout, Janelle Morrissey and Queen Tawala were around the on-deck circle, just dancing to the music.
Exactly.
Feeling loose, feeling relaxed.
Yeah, it's just attributes to how they are.
A bunt. It's going to be a squeeze at home. Safe! As Mialani Mayo gets her hand down under the tag. Nobody covers second, so in to replace her there is Morrissey on the fielder's choice. That is a fielder's choice bunt And a run scored for the Wildcats as Mayo comes in from third, 4-1.
And still no outs. And again, credit to the base running and the effort by the Wildcat base runners. Morrissey just trotting her way to second because nobody was covering. And then Mialani just charging home, not afraid to take some contact from the catcher either and lay her body out there.
And that'll be the end for Cintrone. We did kind of expect it. She's danced on the high wire all afternoon, and now she's going to be replaced.
Now on the mound for Alabama State, number 4, Mason Quinney.
And here is Mason Quinney. We'll take a break and meet her when we come back on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Mason Quinney makes her 13th appearance in the circle this season. She has an .892 ERA. She's allowed 44 runs on 47 hits, 34 earned, striking out 9 and walking 27. She's allowed 8 doubles, 1 triple, 5 homers, 8 wild pitches, and 1 hit by pitch. Her ERA is .892. And she will try and staunch the bleeding for Alabama State, as the Wildcats already have extended their lead with a run in this inning, 4-1 with nobody out, runners on second and third. Queen Tawala watches down low and away, ball 1. I stressed being patient with some of these walk numbers from the Alabama State pitchers. This one, 27 walks, 9 Ks. Quinney misses again outside. Her batting average against is a lofty .355.
Wildcats are going to love that with how hot their bats are right now.
Tawala at the plate. Bradley C on third, Morrissey on second. There's a strike up at the letters. And the velocity has dipped a little bit from Cintrone to Quinney. Got to just wait that extra beat before taking the bat off the shoulder. On the ground to third, foul. Just outside the bag, 2-2. Tawala already has a run scored and an RBI in this day of doubleheader action. She also scored in the first inning in this game. Watches it outside, 3-2. A chance to really break the doors off this one. The 2-2. In the air, on the infield. That's not what you want, as Frank makes the catch and everybody stays put. Now 1 away, Zariah Billinger.
Now batting, number 8, Zariah Billinger.
Walked and scored in the first, doubled, and was cut down at home off a relay throw in the third. Still just 1 out. Billinger looking to put a charge into one. First pitch down and in, ball 1. You saw in that last at bat, Tawala just trying to lift that one into the outfield and bring someone home on a sac fly. Didn't quite get the distance on it.
Good thing is there's only 1 out here, so it's Zariah Billinger, who's got one of the hottest bats for the Wildcats, wanting to do some damage here.
Billinger on the season batting .213. That will go up after this weekend. As you mentioned, she has had one of the hottest bats across this doubleheader. Way outside from Mason Quinney. 3 balls, no strikes. And if they're going to walk you, let them walk you. Don't swing at anything egregious, especially on 3-0. That one down Broadway for strike 1. Dillinger stands back in, the 3-1. Bunts it. It's going to try and be another squeeze. They go to first to get the out, and the sacrifice works as Emma Bradley-C comes in, and it is 5-1 Wildcats.
And again, just doing your job, right? It's the unselfishness of the game. We're going to have another talking with the umpire from the coaching staff of Alabama State, but that's exactly the type of softball that head coach Laura Watton wants her team to play. They want to play unselfishly. They want to be able to pass the bats back to the next lady, and Zariah Billinger will actually be back up to the plate.
Oh, so they put everybody back. They call that a foul ball, not a bunt. So Bradley-C back to third, the score back to 4-1. The 3-2. Outside ball 4. And the Wildcats have the bases loaded.
And honestly, they'll take that as well, right? Now still just 1 out, bases are loaded. You have Alana Cypress up to the plate, who has been so good at seeing pitches and getting herself on base via walks. So honestly, a win-win for the Wildcats there.
Now you got to beware the double play on a ground ball in the infield. But here is Alana Cypress. Had an RBI sac ground out in the first, and then walked in the third and was stranded on third as the Wildcats stranded the bases loaded there in that inning. Looking for anything on the outfield grass here to potentially score more runs. Bases loaded, 1 out in the inning. Mayo already has scored in this inning. Bradley-C on third, Morrissey on second, Billinger on first. Foul to the third base side. A ball and 2 strikes on Cypress. On the ground, they go to home for 1 to first. Safe. So they cut down the lead runner. Emma Bradley-C is out. Alana Cypress is on a fielder's choice, and everybody moves up a bag. Morrissey to third.
Now batting, number
Billinger
23.
to Cypress to first. And now Asia Gonzalez will try and not strand the bases loaded again for the Wildcats in 2 consecutive innings. The difference is they already got 1 across with Milani Mayo already in this frame, but a lot of ducks left on the pond for the Wildcats in this one, and they are already up 4-1. Asia Gonzalez has 2 hits and 2 plate appearances in this ball game. First pitch, low ball 1. Doubled to center in the first, and then singled off the glove of Scott at short in the third. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. And again, a walk would get it done with the bases loaded. Low again and outside. 3 balls, no strikes. If you're Gonzalez, you're keeping the bat on your shoulder here no matter what she throws you. Force Mason Quinney to throw strike, which she does. Throw back to third, sliding in is Morrissey. Got her hand on the bag under the tag. the 3-1. When he toes the rubber and deals. In the air to left field. That is going to be tracked and caught by Terrell. And the Wildcats once again strand the bases loaded. A run on one hit, and the bases left juiced. We go to the 5th. Wildcats increase their lead to 4-1 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Nine-hole hitter Jordan Ferrandino leads off for Alabama State in the 5th. The Wildcats played a run in the 4th to increase their lead to 4-1. BCU baseball has taken a 2-0 lead over Prairie View A&M in the bottom of the 5th with a 2 RBI double by Eric Almonte. That's a bunt, foul ball behind the plate. Listen to this baseball line score. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Wildcats. Nothing on no hit, and just 1 walk, 1 base runner allowed by Edwin Sanchez so far through 5.
He continues his dominance this season, the SWAC preseason pitcher of the year.
Tappered in the air, foul just behind the third base bag off the end of the bat. It's 0-2 on Ferrandino, who picked up her first hit of the season in the first game of the doubleheader. Sanchez also 5 strikeouts in 5 innings over at baseball. Amy Tohara Yoshiki continues to pitch for Bethune-Cookman. She came in with 1 out of the first, is now 3 2/3 innings on 36 pitches allowed, nothing on 1 hit and 1 walk. That one just missed on the changeup. 3 balls, 1 strike to Ferrandino. Down low, ball 4. Only the second walk issued by Ishiki in the game, and Ferrandino is on with nobody out. Oh, correction, that was only the 3rd ball. Now it is 3-1. And ball 4. I was just a little bit ahead of reality.
Now batting number 34, Brooke Ramsey.
Only the 3rd base runner for Alabama State since the 1st. Here's Brooke Ramsey, who doubled off the wall on the fly to right field in the first, came around to score, the only run for Alabama State in this game so far. Ishiki just mitches down and away. And Aimi has done this in a traditional pitch-to-contact fashion. No strikeouts, just 2 walks. Trusting her defense and has gotten a lot of support from him, especially in the outfield. Smacked foul to the third base side.
Yeah, Milani Mayo has been very busy out there in left field today for the Wildcats. Really, this whole left side of the defense has done a lot of the work for them, and then Queen Tuala holding it down over there at first for the putouts thrown to her.
Pitch to Ramsey. Is bunted right at the plate, and nobody was covering first, so everybody's safe. Miscommunication there by the Wildcat defenses, just as I was finished praising them. Now 2 on with nobody out.
There's just a little miscommunication between Manyebo and Jersey, who was going to cover first as Queen was charging in. I think Manyebo could have thrown it to Jersey. She wasn't necessarily stepping on the bag, but she was moving that way. I think that little bit of hesitation just allowed them to get on.
Are we going to see another pitching change? Maybe going back to Mia Gonzalez here. It almost looked to me like that ball came up and hit Brooke Ramsey as she was trying to leave the box. They look like they're not going to argue it.
Your attention, please. Now re-entering back on the mound for the Wildcats, number 11, Mia Gonzalez.
Mia Gonzalez going to have to put the tough start to her game behind her and come back in with 2 on and nobody out here in the 5th. Wildcats trying to protect a 4-1 lead against Alabama State. Gonzalez faced 4 batters in the first, gave up a double to Ramsey, 2 straight bunts, and then a double by Ayana Frank to score Ramsey for currently the only run of the game for Alabama State. So Gonzalez comes back in, Yoshiki departs. Once again, the numbers on Mia Gonzalez: a 6.14 ERA. She is 5-9 in 24 appearances, 17 starts, 81 innings pitched, by far and away the most on the team. Giving up 82 runs on 120 hits, striking out 32 and walking 45. 71 of those 82 runs have been earned. She's allowed 26 doubles, 8 triples, 10 homers, and an opponent batting average of .339. Jordan Ferrandino on second after a walk, and a bunt single by Brooke Ramsey puts her on first. The batter is Jabrielle Terrell. She squares to bunt, ball outside. Alabama State has only scored 6 runs so far in this series. There's a bunt, and it gets by the charging glove of Gonzalez. That's going to score a run. And now they've got Ramsey in a pickle, and they throw the ball away at third. Ramsey's going to score. All the way to third goes Terrell. The Wildcats have their own kerfuffle on the base paths, and it is 4-3. Still nobody out. So Terrell bunts it, gets all the way to third, as both Ferrandino and Ramsey score, and the entire complexion of the game shifts like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Asia Gonzalez, who read the play perfectly, the ball just was slapped down and under her glove And then that gap was left in between short and third. Janelle Morrissey did not cover the space in time. The ball gets through. And then the base pass, just the chaos that it was, it just seemed like the Wildcats didn't really know where to go with the ball. They had two options, second or third, and they missed both of them for no outs still here in the fifth.
The batter is Addison Giles. First pitch outside. You really
Now
can't
batting
put
number
that
15,
on
Addison
Gonzalez.
Giles.
Gonzalez got to knuckle down and now try and keep the Wildcats in the lead, but the tying run is on third with no outs here in the fifth. And Giles ahead, 2 balls, no strikes.
They used to have the Cadillac.
Giles fouls a one in on the hands away.
You were right over the bridge in Florida. Right over the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay. I used to play there because we used to play at St. Mary's Park in the Bronx.
2-1. 3-1. Slider away.
Yep. Yeah. That's it.
Addison Giles has had a pretty good day. Been on base twice. A bunt fielder's choice in the first, a double in the third. Then in the first game, she had a double in the first and reached on an error in the third. She puts that one in the air to right. And out at first as charging in is Alana Cypress to make the play, but we are tied as scoring from third is Terrell. One away in the inning, base is empty. Tie game at 4. After a walk, 2 bunt singles, and some chaos. And the rare 9-3 put out at first base.
27, Ayana Frank.
Ayana Frank now doubled in the first and flied out to left in the third. She's hit the ball hard twice. Meanwhile, Wildcat Baseball has increased their lead to 4-0 on an Andre Martinez 2 RBI single. There's a strike from Mia Gonzalez to Frank. Slider away. Base is empty, 1 out. 3 in to tie the game at 4 for Alabama State. Ball 4, Frank reaches. And this is where those 6 stranded runners over the last 2 innings for the Wildcats come back to hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely. They obviously
Now
wanted
batting
to
number
get some more
21,
runs on the
Elena
board
Scott.
in the bottom of the 4th inning because they had so many opportunities to do so with the bases loaded, no outs, and they just kind of got themselves into jams after jams at the plate. Now can they get out of this defensive mess that they have put themselves in by just getting a double play, soft contact on the ground, and just letting their defense work behind them for Mia Gonzalez.
Wildcats scored 3 in the first and 1 in the 4th. Alabama State 1 in the first, now 3 in the 5th. And Mia Gonzalez continuing to struggle in the circle after being brought back in for Aimi Ishiki. Throw back to first. That one escapes into the right field corner and a free bag for Frank. And that takes away the double play. This is going to take mental resilience to get out of this one. A mess of their own making. Can they keep the game tied now with the tying run on 2nd and 1 out? in the air. Down the left field line, long run, and nobody's going to get there in foul territory. Mayo was closest to it. Alana Scott will see another pitch. Two balls, one strike. Bunted to third. Throw to first. Into right field, and the throw gets away. Alabama State takes the lead. Another Wildcat error.
And really right now, it's those unforced errors that are hurting them the most. Just not completing the simple plays. Right there you saw it again, which is that errant throw. And we could be out of this inning if a few of those had gone their way. But again, this is going to be a make or break inning. Can they come out of this one? The score, the damage is already done, right? Alabama State has already come back into this one now leading 5-4. Can they get two more simple outs and then get back to the plate and see if they can rewrite their own game here, because they have been so dominant in these last two games. They don't want to let this last one slip away.
Now Bailey
Now
Williams.
batting number 13, Bailey Williams.
Alabama State has only led at 3 points in this entire series. One is right now, one is 1-0 right at the beginning of this game, and one was 2-0 in the top of the first in game one that the Wildcats quickly evened up in the bottom of the inning. Bailey Williams watches a ball outside. She's 0 for 2, a pop-up and a fly out to center. Low and inside, ball 2.
Read the changeup, nice job.
And now you have to question the decision to put Mia Gonzalez back in and not let Ishiki try and ride it out. Go down to third on the steal, safe. As Alana Scott gets all the way to third, now in scoring position with still one out. Swing and a miss and a fastball inside. Two on Bailey Williams. Williams lifts it in the air to right field down the line. Making the catch is Cypress, but that'll be another run for Alabama State as Scott scores from third. And it is 6-4 Hornets.
Now batting number 6, Jayla Stewart.
2 outs finally in the inning. Nobody on. Here's Jayla Stewart, who has walked and grounded out to first base unassisted. And in the first game, Stewart also walked twice and reached on an error. She's only failed to reach base once today in the doubleheader. Low and in. Another ball, 3 balls, no strikes to Jayla Stewart. Finally, a strike thrown by Gonzalez, still ahead in the count, 3-1. Looking to draw her 4th walk across the doubleheader today. Ball to strike on the outside corner, and it's 3-2. Fouled away. The count remains full. Fouled away again, back to the screen, and the count remains full. Wildcats trying desperately to get back to that dugout and try and reverse the damage. They led 4-1 at the top of this inning. It is now 6-4. Strike 3 called. Mia Gonzalez gets out of the inning, but the damage is done. 5 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors committed, and none left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Wildcats staring up at a 2-run deficit here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
Leading off
Bethune-Cookman looking to recover
Jessica Alon.
here in the bottom of the 5th after Alabama State scores 5 in the top of the inning to take a 6-4 lead. Checking back in on Wildcat baseball, it is 6-0 Wildcats over Prairie View A&M in the top of the 6th. The no-hit bid is gone for Edwin Sanchez. 1 hit for the Panthers in that one. It literally just happened right now as I started looking at it. A 2-run lead for Mason Quinney to work with. Quinney pitched 1 inning last night in the first game of the series. Gave up 2 runs on no hits, 1 earned, walked 2. There's a strike on the inside corner to Alon, who's 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice back in the 3rd. In the first inning, she ended the inning by grounding out to the shortstop. Line drive, base hit center field. And the comeback trail begins for Bethune-Cookman.
That's exactly what you wanted to start off the bottom of the 5th after, you know, getting scored on, them coming all the way back. You needed some sort of response, and for your leadoff runner to get on, and Jessica Allen, it's huge for the Wildcats to begin this comeback.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Wildcats, number 10, Brianna Casey.
Brianna Casey will pinch hit in the 8th spot. For the Wildcats, as Jasmine Maniebo has gone 0 for 6 across the doubleheader today. So she will be done. And Brianna Casey will get a chance here. Casey just 3 at-bats and 6 appearances on the season, has 1 run, no hits, but has walked 4 times and struck out once. So her on-base percentage is .571. There's a strike. Looking for her first hit of the season. A big spot to put someone like this into, with 1 on, nobody out, down by 2 in the 5th. Casey checks her swing. And she did not go around. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count on Casey. The freshman from Lokahatchee, Florida, Wellington High School. Up and away for a ball. The ball even pops out of Cook's glove behind the plate before she recovers. That almost went back off the umpire as he had to jump out of the way. Or not jump, maybe is the wrong word. Slide out of the way. 3-1. Bouncer to third, could be 2. On to second for 1, to first, not in time. And a fielder's choice will put Casey on first with 1 away.
Now batting, number 1, Mialani Mayo.
Mialani Mayo, 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored in this game. Scored back in the 4th after walking. Her first at-bat was in the 2nd where she grounded out to third. 1 on, 1 out. 2-run lead for Alabama State. Low and in, ball 1. Mayo's been busy with the glove today, has 5 putouts in this game, including a couple robberies that would have been runs for Alabama State in the 2nd and 3rd inning. She bunts it back to the pitcher. Fielding and firing to nobody is Quinney because nobody covered the bag. Well, the same thing that happened to the Wildcats in the last half inning happens now. And there's 2 on with 1 out for Bethune-Cookman.
That's why you always beat out every single play.
Now batting, number 13.
Fantastic job
Bradley C.
by Lonnie to just continue to run through the base path. Not the greatest bunt, but it'll work right, getting the runner over and maintaining herself on base as well with only 1 out. Emma Bradley C, now the bulk of the top of the order, can really do some damage for the Wildcats.
Bradley C, 1 for 2 with a walk. Grounded out in the 1st, walked in the 2nd,
Pinch running for the Wildcats.
and
Number
single to
45,
center
Leah
in the
Rojas.
4th.
Leah Rojas will come in to pinch hit for Brianna Casey over there at second base. Another speedster on the base paths for the Wildcats.
Rojas pinch running at second base for Casey. And we're going to have a meeting on the mound for Alabama State as Emma Bradley C has a chance to cut the deficit in half here, especially if she makes contact like she did back in the 4th inning and drive it to center field. You also have to be patient here because Quinney walks a lot of batters. Don't get too swing happy and let her beat herself if necessary.
Yeah, they have to be disciplined at the plate, especially because of that. Obviously, they want to make contact and drive runs in that way, but the smartest thing right now for the Wildcats might just be to wait for that right pitch to swing, and if it doesn't come, then be aware of what's being thrown at you so you can get on base regardless.
Bradley C watches a strike. Emma Bradley, she's been on base 5 of 7 plate appearances today across the doubleheader. Squares to bunt, watches it low. 2 balls, 1 strike on Emma. Emma Bradley C, now in her 2nd season in Daytona Beach. That's a strike. Runner goes to 3rd and well out.
Yeah! Nice job, Bray!
So Rojas tried to take 3rd. She is caught stealing. Mayo moves to 2nd. Now there's 2 away. That's almost happened to the Wildcats already today, if not for a bad throw by the catcher. That time a better throw by Cook, and Rojas is out. Now 2 away. Here's the 2-2. Bradley C right back up the middle. There's a base hit. Holding at 3rd is Mayo. They throw home, and Bradley C will take advantage to get to 2nd base. So almost exactly what happened to her the last time she was up.
Again, heads up base running by Emma Bradley C. She's going to take those extra bases if she can, and she does. Ending up at 2nd and 3rd now for the Wildcats. 2 away. Janelle Morrissey, again, hot bat for the Wildcats. Can she get on base?
Morrissey singled and scored in the 1st, grounded out to 3rd in the 2nd, and reached on a bunt fielder's choice in the 4th. The Wildcats have stranded 8 on base in this game. Morrissey watches a strike down the middle. Morrissey also scored 2 runs on a single and an error in the 1st game of the doubleheader. Morrissey, ground ball up the middle. There's a single. Scoring from 3rd is Mayo. Here comes Bradley C. They try and go back to 1st, and everybody's safe, and the Wildcats tie the game. Jamel Morrissey's bat stays scorching hot, and we are tied at 6.
And just like that, the Wildcats with the response here in the bottom half of this inning. The resilience showing as Janelle Morrissey just powered that ball through the central part of the infield. Nothing that they could do about it except for let the Wildcats run, and Emma Bradley C is going to take advantage of that ball as well and get in too.
And Terrell in center field mishandled that, and that allowed Bradley C to come in to score, because she wasn't originally going to come all the way in. And then Coach Watton over at 3rd saw Terrell bobble the ball. Here's Queen Tawala. Low for a ball. Tawala reached on an error in the 1st and came around to score. Since then, she's grounded out to short and popped up on the infield. Tawala low and in, almost hit her as she jumps back out of the way. Nice defensive catching by Brianna Cook behind the plate. Prevent that one from going to the backstop. The backstop not as egregiously large here at Sunnyland as it is over at Jackie Robinson. But still, if someone gets by you, there's going to be movement on the base paths. Speaking of Jackie Robinson, BCU baseball still up 6-0 in the bottom of the 6th. They are batting with 1 out and a runner on. Edwin Sanchez has allowed just 3 base runners, a hit and 2 walks. Sorry, a hit and 3 walks, so 4 base runners. Struck out 6. 83 pitches through 6 innings. The inning continues as Queen Tawala takes a free pass. Morrissey moves up to 2nd. And now the Wildcats could potentially take the lead on a ball in the outfield grass. Zariah Billinger has reached all 3 times today, a double and 2 walks. She was cut down at home by a relay throw in the 3rd, scored in the 1st, and stranded on 2nd in the 4th. Mason Quinney trying to keep the game scoreless here as we play in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs and 2 on. Billinger watches one up and in on the hands, ball 1. Both bullpens quiet. We still have not seen Kohana Poussin in this game for Alabama State. Ground ball up the middle. What a diving grab, and out at second on the flip by Frank. A terrific play that robs the Wildcats of a run. But the Wildcats get 2 runs on 4 hits, excuse me, to tie this game up at 6. We go to the 6th and a whole new ball game here at Sunnyland Park on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Two innings to go here in game number 3 of this series. Taylor Sims pinch hits for Alabama State, takes the first pitch low and away. Braylon Cook is removed. Check swing, pop up, left field. Mayo puts it away for her 6th putout of the afternoon for out number 1. Sims batted twice in the first game of the doubleheader. Singled and was caught stealing and then flied out to center field. Another big roar from the Alabama State dugout for Jordan Ferradino. Chopped right in front of the plate, and that's a catch! Mia Gonzalez dives out of the circle and secures the 2nd out.
And you love to see that from your pitcher. She called it even before she was diving for it. That ball just popped up in the middle of no man's lane of her and Jasmine Maniebo behind the plate, and fantastic work from Mia just to lay out for that one, knowing what's on the line here in this game. 2 quick outs for the Wildcats.
Top of the order now, Brooke Ramsey, who has been on 2 out of 3 times and scored twice, doubled in the first. Bunt, singled, and scored in the 5th, and in the 2nd, she flew out on a terrific catch by Mayo in left center field to rob her of an RBI with Jayla Stewart on 3rd. So Ramsey, the hottest bat that Alabama State has in this 2nd game. Mia Gonzalez would love a bounce-back inning after giving up 5 in the last one. First pitch, a strike on the inside corner. After this, Alabama State has a non-conference doubleheader with Georgia State in Atlanta on Tuesday, before going home to Montgomery to play a 3-game series with Florida A&M. Fastball away. 2-1. Florida A&M, of course, swept Mississippi Valley State this weekend without giving up a run. Gonzalez fires low, 3-1. The 3-1 from Mia Gonzalez. In the air, left side. Who else but Miolani Mayo to take care of it? And that brings us to the bottom of the 6th and a tie game at 6 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Alana Cypress leads things off for Bethune-Cookman here in the 6th. A tie game at 6. Wildcats looking for the sweep of Alabama State. Hornets looking to take something away from the weekend. First pitch, a strike. Mason Quinney now in her 3rd inning of work after coming in the 4th. Cypress has been on 2 out of the 3 times she's been up today, a walk and a fielder's choice. She had a sacrifice RBI on a ground out in the 1st. Cypress on the ground is short, fielded by Scott. The throw gets away! And taking second base is Alana Cypress. The throw just a little bit low from Scott after a nice pick at shorts. And the Wildcats have the potential go-ahead run on second with nobody out. And here is Asia Gonzalez, who is 2 for 3 with an RBI in this game.
There's nobody else I'd want to have up in this moment than Asia Gonzalez right now. Alana doing a fantastic job of getting on base, using the errors to their advantage. Can Asia drive her in?
What did we talk about 2 innings ago, right? This Wildcats team is at their best when they are punishing opponent mistakes. Can they do it here? First pitch, low, ball 1. Outside, ball 2. A win would keep Bethune-Cookman alone at the top of the SWAC East standings ahead of Florida A&M, who finishes the weekend at 5-1. Fouled away off the inside of the bat. Asia Gonzalez being very aggressive at the plate. Two on the count. Outside, 3 balls. A reminder that Mason Quinney's strikeout to walk ratio before this game was 27 walks, 9 strikeouts.
Oh, yeah.
And she walks another one. 2 on, nobody out for Bethune-Cookman. Quinney, in her appearance on the mound today, has now walked 3.
Now batting number 43, Jessica Alon.
Jessica Alon is 1 for 2 with a fielder's choice in 3 plate appearances. Grounded out in the first, singled to right center in the 5th, and was caught out on the base pads on a potential double play ball that ended up only being a fielder's choice.
Your attention, please. Pinch running for the Wildcats, number 12, Serenity Smith.
Serenity Smith is going to come into pinch run for Bethune-Cookman. She replaces Asia Gonzalez at first. Tie game at 6. The potential go-ahead run is Alana Cypress at second. Now Serenity Smith pinch runs at first. And Quinny remains in the game. Does head coach Camise Patterson pull the trigger and go to one of their other pitchers? I'm expecting Kohana Poussin, who only threw 1 inning, really 2/3 of an inning, in game 1 and is their best pitcher on paper. But Quinny will remain in the game. First pitch is high after Jessica Alon squared to bunt. If the Wildcats were to score in this half inning, they then would be 3 outs away from a sweep. Squaring to bunt again and watching a ball outside is Alon. She's ahead in the count, 2-0. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. Jessica Alon, the junior from Pomona, California. One of the few upperclassmen on this squad. Way ahead in the count here. There's a strike. Called low in at the knees. 3-1. Still the call to be patient from Coach Lawton at third. Quinny pitches, it's bunted, foul, and the count runs full 3-2. Now the real drama begins. You risk a bunt on the 3-2. First and second, 1 out. The 3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball down the left field line. That is foul. Just missing the line by about 2 feet.
And that would have broken this game wide open if that were straightened out a little bit. Jersey feeling it at the plate for the Wildcats.
Once again, the full count from Quinny. She checks her wrist, she toes the rubber, and will deal. Ground ball to short, diving stop, flip to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. A great play by Scott to keep the ball out of the outfield.
And really to save the game, because that would have scored Cypress easily, giving the Wildcats the lead. But Jersey, what a fantastic at-bat for her. She saw every pitch possible, drilled some, stayed alive, and then got herself on first base.
So Serenity Smith is out. (6-4). Another pinch runner over at first. This will be
Your attention, please.
Wesley.
Pinch running for the Wildcats, number 0, Micah Wesley.
Wesley pinch ran once in the first game. She is on replacing Alon over at first. And she will take second on a steal with no contest. Second and third, 1 out. Jasmine Menyebo has re-entered. Brianna Casey batted once in this spot, reached on a fielder's choice. Now it's Menyebo again. There's a strike. Second and third, 1 out. The go-ahead run 60 feet away. Line drive, that's a base hit to left center. Scoring from third is Cypress. Here comes the second runner. Wesley also scores, and the Wildcats take the lead. It's 8-6.
And for Jasmine Menyebo, what an at-bat, right? Her bat's pretty much been quiet this entire day in these 2 games, and exactly when you need a clutch hit to happen, she does, just right over the shortstop's head.
Now batting, number 1,
And Williams over there, who's played a
Mayo.
fantastic game. That one's just a little bit too high for her to grab. Both runs being scored, clearing the bases besides Menyebo over there at first. Still 1 out for the Wildcats.
8-6, Mayo batting. First pitch inside, ball 1. Now it's about how much insurance can the Wildcats get before the 7th inning. Jasmine Menyebo could potentially be the hero of the afternoon. A bunt, back to the pitcher. The throw to first is in time. Menyebo moves across to second, and here's Emma
Now batting,
Bradley
number
C with 2
13,
outs.
Emma Bradley C.
We just had a meeting between Coach Patterson and the home plate umpire with a scorecard in hand, but no apparent changes coming for Alabama State. Quinney fires down and away, ball 1. Well, this third game of the series has certainly brought the drama.
It's been very back and forth between these 2 teams, but you've just seen the fight and the will to win on both sides. Wildcats winning that right now just because obviously the score is what it is, but they also have put themselves in better positions to win the game when it comes to runners in scoring position and the plays that they make on defense to put them back at the plate.
Ball down and away. A great stop by Cook behind the plate to keep Menyebo at second. She looked like she wanted to dash over to third. Bradley C stands back in. That one barely up and in, just missing. Bradley C watches a strike at the knees. Now 2 strikes on her. The full count, 3-2. Down low, ball 4. Bradley C tosses the bat away, pumps her fist, and the inning continues for the Wildcats.
Now batting, number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
And here's Morrissey, who already has potential hero status in this game after she tied the game with a 2 RBI single in the 5th. Strike on the inside corner, 0-1 on Morrissey. Checking in on baseball, Wildcats' lead has been decreased to 6-2. on a 2-run home run. There's a strike. Nice frame job by Cook behind the plate. 0-2 on Morrissey. Wildcats batting with 2 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 7th over at Jackie Robinson Ballpark. In the air to left field. That is caught on a line by Stewart. Good contact from Morrissey, just a little bit too close to the fielder, but the Wildcats 3 outs away from a weekend sweep of Alabama State. They lead it 8-6 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Bethune-Cookman 3 outs away from a weekend sweep at home and a 6-0 start to conference play. They lead at 8-6, and Mia Gonzalez will have to deal with the meat of this Alabama State order. 2-3-4 due up. Jabriel Terrell watches a ball up and out. Terrell had a sac bunt in the first, lined out to third in the third, and then had a bunt single in the 5th and came around to score as part of that 5-run inning for Alabama State. Slap foul to the third base side. 1-1. Right now, the hero is Jasmine Minyebo with a 2 RBI single in the bottom of the 6th to give the Wildcats an 8-6 lead. That one just off the plate, 2-1. Foul again off the end of the bat to the left-hand side. Terrell, Giles, Frank, Scott due up for Alabama State in this inning. The 2-2 from Gonzalez. Tap right back to Mia. 1 away as she fires to first.
That's what you love to see from the first out. Through strikes, a few off the plate, wanting to get some swings and misses, but in the end, weak contact right back to herself to record that first out.
Now batting number 15, Addison Giles.
Addison Giles. A double, a fielder's choice, and a ground out to shallow right. She puts one in the air to left field and deep. That's going to get down and head towards the wall. She's going to try and head to second. Here's the relay throw. She's safe. Just got in there under the tag. And now the potential tying run comes to the plate in the form of Ayanna Frank. 2 doubles in the game for Giles. 3 doubles
number 27,
on the doubleheader.
That was a really close play over there at second base. The Wildcats almost had the tag down. Just wasn't enough.
Your attention, please. Pinch running for the Hornets is number 23, Ariana Cox-Cole.
Ariana Cox-Cole will pinch run for Alabama State. Frank in the game, double, fly out to left, walk and a run score. First pitch, a strike from Mia Gonzalez. Gonzalez only has one strikeout in the game. It was a strikeout looking of Jayla Stewart to end the fifth. Fouled away on the changeup.
Way to hustle now.
0-2 count. Check swing low. 1-2. Mia Gonzalez is 1-2. Way outside. 2-2.
Way to lay off, way to lay off.
Ayana Frank, the potential tying run here in the seventh. Change up low, full counts again.
Hey, now winning now, 2-7.
Gonzalez has walked 2 in the game. The full count delivery. Line drive foul to the third base side. Wildcats hanging on by a thread here in the seventh. Once again, Mia Gonzalez's payoff pitch is upstairs, ball 4. Third walk for Gonzalez in the game, 2 on, 1 out. The batter is Alana Scott.
Now batting number 21, Elena Scott.
Scott, fielder's choice in the first, stranded on second, flew out to left in the third, reached on an error and scored in the fifth. And Sophia Coleman, who threw over 120 pitches in game 1 of the doubleheader, is going to be asked to close out game 2.
And honestly, I'm not surprised by this move by the Wildcats. I mean, she was so dominant in that first game of today's doubleheader that why not put her back in? You know, the only thing that they should really be worried about, the fatigue of the arm or the newness of the not the newness of the pitchers, but the ability to hit her pitches because they've seen them before.
Yeah, the
familiarity.
familiarity.
Yeah, the familiarity of the pitches. So that's really the only thing that the Wildcats should be worried about. But Alabama State right now just needs to be aware of what's being thrown at them. They've seen her pitches before. They know what she can do. Sophia right now has to be dominant and confident within herself on the mound, or in the circle, excuse me.
Sophia Coleman in that first game went the distance, threw over 120 pitches, just 2 strikeouts, gave up only 2 runs. And she will face Elena Scott. Go-ahead run, tying run on first. Wildcats by 2, first pitch a strike from Coleman. Scott in the game, a fielder's choice and an error and a flyout. In the first game against Coleman, Scott was 0 for 3, 2 groundouts and a flyout to right. Ball gets away. Everybody moves up. That takes away the double play ball. Cox Cole to third. Now the tying run in scoring position at second in the form of Ayanna Frank. Coleman deals a strike on the changeup. 1-2.
Hasn't been called in 6 innings.
The 1-2. Coleman to Scott. Outside, wanted to chase, didn't get it. Fouled away onto the basketball court. Almost took out somebody playing ball over there. Heads on a swivel, gentlemen.
Right?
But once again, we'll do the 2-2 to Scott. Ground ball base hit to the right side. 1-run game. Cox Cole, the pinch runner, scores. Frank goes to third, the tying run. 60 feet away.
Nice job.
And also taking second is Scott. And now the batter is Bailey Williams. 0 for 3 with an RBI sac fly. 3 times she's put the ball on the outfield.
Now batting number 13, Bailey Williams.
Once to left, once to center, once to right. Wildcats lead is just 1, 8-7. The potential go-ahead run now on second base with still just 1 out. Swing and a miss. The only other time that Williams has seen Coleman today, she reached on an error by the first baseman, Queen Tawala. The 0-1. Bunted, third base side. That's going to be a shovel home. No way! Safe call it home, and this game is tied. Why didn't she just tag her? She had the ball right there. We are tied at 8 with the go-ahead run now on third.
And there's definitely going to be a conversation between the umpires and head coach Laura Wadden with that call at the plate.
Frank scores. Wow. Gonzalez charged in from third. I thought she was just going to tag Frank, who was right there next to her. She decided to shovel it home and called safe and a tough play at home plate. And we are tied at 8. Scott moves to third.
Now batting number 6, Jayla Stewart.
Now Jayla Stewart, who's been on once today, a walk, a ground out to first, and a strikeout. The only strikeout in the game for the Wildcats. Is there another pitching change in the offering here for the Wildcats as there's a conversation going on at home plate? The questions abound, right? Why do you take Ishiki out in the 5th and not let her try and work through it in that big inning? Why do you take Gonzalez out in the 7th and bring in Coleman, who's already thrown over 120 pitches? Lots of little coaching decisions that have big ramifications in this game. 2 runs on 2 hits, a walk and a fielder's choice, only 1 out in the 7th. The go-ahead run potentially for Alabama State on third base in the form of Alana Scott. Baseball still ahead 6-2 in the bottom of the 8th with 1 out and Michael Lucena on third base. Runners on the corners, still only 1 out. A bunt, a beautiful bunt, and no play anywhere. They go back to third, and safe diving back in is Scott. Bases loaded. Scott on third, Williams on second, Stewart on first.
Now batting number 18, Braylon Cook.
As Braylon Cook is going to re-enter, she was pinch hit before by Taylor Sims in her last at-bat. Sims flew out to left. Cook in her 2 previous ABs, a sac bunt and a pop-out to shallow left. Bases loaded, 1 out, tie game at 8, top 7. No matter what, the Wildcats will hit in the bottom of the inning with a chance to walk it off. Will they be fighting from behind, or will they be tied? All odds favor Alabama State right now. Sophia Coleman has come in the game and give up a single and 2 bunt singles. As Alabama State has turned to small ball to turn this game around.
Pinch running for the Hornets is number 10, Janiyah Boykin.
Janiyah Boykin's going to pinch run it first. The batter is the catcher, Braylon Cook. 0 for 2 today. Coleman deals in the air, shallow center. That's in the area of uncertainty, and it's a diving catch. Alabama State takes the lead on a sac fly. The catch made by Emma Bradley C. 2 away. Scott scores. 9-8 Hornets. Cook does the job.
And what a catch by Emma Bradley C. That could have dropped, and extra bases could have been had for Alabama
Now
State,
batting
but
number
she lays
24,
out
Jordan Ferrandino.
on the grass to make that catch. Keeps the runners honest at first and second by throwing it to the cutoff at third.
Now here's Ferrandino with first and second 2 outs. Ferrandino 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. And against Coleman in the first game, singled off the glove of Gonzalez at third, then grounded out and struck out. The Wildcats will have to come from behind in the bottom of the 7th. They are down 9-8. They led 8-6 when this inning began. Off the end of the bat, foul to the third base side, off the dugout wall.
Hey, be disciplined. Nothing over your hands, kiddo.
Ferrandino grounds it to third. It's in between Gonzalez's legs, and everybody's safe. And it's bases loaded again for Alabama State. And Ramsey is coming up as the 9th batter of the inning. Disaster for Bethune-Cookman here in the 7th.
Now batting number 34, Brooke Ramsey.
Ramsey, a double, a bunt single, and 2 flyouts to left. She puts one on the ground to short. That's going to be caught on a line by Scott. The Wildcats will be down by 1 as we go to the 9th. 9-8, Alabama State looking to take something out of the weekend here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. The Bethune-Cookman Wildcats find themselves behind going to the bottom of the 7th for the first time this weekend and in danger of dropping their first conference game. They trail 9-8 against the Alabama State Hornets. Mason Quinney, who came into the game with the Wildcats up 3-1,
Leading off for the Wildcats,
has
number
seen
4, Queen Twala.
the Hornets lead 5-3. Then the Wildcats came back, led 8-6, and now she's in line for the win. As it's 9-8 Hornets. The fight back from the Hornets, predicted to finish 3rd in the SWAC preseason poll. First pitch, a strike to Queen Twala. Reached on an error and scored in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd, popped out of the 4th, walked, and was caught out on the base paths in the 5th. Twala watches one upstairs, 1-1. Low and inside, 2-1. Alabama State swept their opening series against Mississippi Valley, 15-2, 10-1, and 8-4. And are trying to get something back in this series. Up by 1 here in the 7th after the Wildcats took the first 2 games. 5-3 and 8-2. Twala in the air to right center field. That is going to be down into the wall. Twala into second with a stand-up double, and she represents the tying run with nobody out.
That's exactly what you want to see from your leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 7th. Everything on the line right now. And for the Wildcats, they really needed some offensive power early on in the 7th to get something going, and she does. She delivers there.
It'll be Zariah Billinger, who has been on every time she's been up in this game. 2 walks, a double, and a fielder's choice. Queen Twala with a towering fly ball to right field. The meeting on the mound, and Coach Camise Patterson keeps Mason Quinney in the game.
Number 8, Zariah Billinger.
Billinger walked in the 1st, doubled in the 3rd, walked in the 4th, reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th. Squares to bunt, ball low, and outside in the opposite batter's box from Quinney. Quinney, the sophomore from Meridianville, Alabama, out of Hazel Green High School, won a state title in 2021. Bunted, foul. 3rd base side, 1-1. They're just trying to scratch Maniebo over to 3rd and hope that Alana Cypress can put something on the outfield grass to score her. One ball, 1 strike. Bunted foul again, 1-2, and now Billinger's gonna have to swing the bat. Billinger stands back in behind 1-2. Quinney checks the pitch clock on the wrist and deals. Ground ball, chopper towards second. That will do the exact same job as the bunt. Will move Queen Twala over to 3rd. And now Alana Cypress had a ground out sacrifice RBI in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, fielder's choice in the 4th, reached on an error and scored in the 6th.
Now batting number 19, Alana Cypress.
Has a chance to tie this one up with Queen Twala on 3rd. First pitch, a strike, breaking ball at the knees. Cypress watches the ball in the opposite batter's box, 1-1. Asia Gonzalez awaits on deck. Behind her would be Jessica Alon. In the air, center field. That's gonna get the job done. Tagging and scoring from third is Tawala, and we are tied at 9 in the 7th. Now the Wildcats will have to manufacture something with 2 outs if we don't want to go to extra innings.
Definitely want to avoid the extra innings for the Wildcats here. Asia Gonzalez, one of the hottest bats they have in the lineup, wanting to make some magic happen for her team. They do have 2 outs, so have to be smart about the contact that she does make.
Gonzalez, 2 hits, a walk, and a fly out to center in the game. Down and in. At minimum, we will have more softball here at Sunnyland Park. Outside and low. ECU baseball is trying to win game 2 of their series. They've got 2 outs in the 9th, but the tying run is at the plate for Prairie View A&M. Anthony Anselmo, our reigning Wildcat of the Week, is on for the save. Down low, that's a walk. Asia Gonzalez represents the potential winning run on first with 2 outs, and now here is Jessica Alon.
Now batting, number 43, Jessica Alon.
Alon in the game, ground out, fielder's choice, single fielder's choice. Came around to score in the 6th on the, well, she was the batter of record. It was actually Micah Wesley who scored in the 6th as a pinch runner. Line drive to third, off the glove of Ramsey. She recovers and throws to first, and we have extra softball here in game 3. Tied at 9, we go to the 8th on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
Gabriel Terrell.
Jabriel Terrell leads off for Alabama State as we go to the 8th as this marathon day of softball at Sunnyland Park rolls on. There's a strike on the outside corner from Sophia Coleman, who did not pick up the save, gave up 3 runs in the 7th. The Wildcats battled back with 1 in the bottom of the inning to tie the game at 9. Coleman continues in the circle. Tap to third. A double clutch for Asia Gonzalez does the job, and there's 1 away.
Again, short contact, enough
Now
for the
batting number
defense to do the
23,
work behind
Ariana
her is
Cox
exactly what the
Cole.
Wildcats need to finish out the top of this 8th inning.
Ariana Cox Cole will bat in place of Addison Giles, who she pinch run for in the previous inning. Bethune-Cookman baseball has won game 1 of their doubleheader, 6-3. Edwin Sanchez goes 6 innings, gives up nothing on 1 hit and 6 strikeouts before Anthony Anselmo gets the save in the 9th. The 0-1 from Coleman. In the air, on the infield. Caught by Morrissey. 2 outs.
Now batting number 27, Ayana Frank.
Here is Frank, who scored the tying run in the 7th after walking. She's also walked in the 5th, flew out in the 3rd, and doubled in the 1st. First pitch, a strike from Coleman. Sophia Coleman on the day across the doubleheader, up to over 130 pitches, which coming from baseball is kind of a mind-boggling number. Line to short, on a hop, from her knees, Alon, what a great play. And the Wildcats will have a chance to walk it off in the 8th after getting the Hornets to go 1-2-3 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
Number 5, Jasmine Manyebo.
Jasmine Manyebo, who was the hero in the 6th, had a 2 RBI double to give Bethune-Cookman the lead. A lead that they would then relinquish in the 7th, tie the game in the bottom of the 7th, and that brings us here to the 8th. Alabama State went 1-2-3, and the Wildcats have a chance to walk it off here in the 8th for a series sweep in a messy but very entertaining game of softball here, and a whole day of softball here at Sunnyland Park. 7 errors combined in the first game, 6 in this game. Lots of wacky base running, overthrows.
We've really seen it all.
We pretty much have seen it all. Onyebo ripped that 2 RBI single to left field in the 6th. Ball down and away. Before that, she flew out to center, lined out to short, was replaced by Brianna Casey for an at-bat, and then came back for that 2 RBI single of the 6th. The pitcher is still Quinney, who misses low and inside. Mason Quinney, 2 pitches away from 100 in just 4 innings. Cintrone started as there's a walk. Cintrone started the game, went 3 innings on 78 pitches, gave up 4 runs on 5 hits, 1 earned. Walking
Batting
forward, didn't strike out anybody.
Milani Mayo.
And here is Mayo. And these are the kind of situations, Jade, like the 7th inning, where the small ball, get on, get over, get in style for the Wildcats can really benefit you.
Absolutely, they just have to do it smartly, right? They cannot risk getting thrown out on the base paths or just errant, undisciplined approach at the plate. They really have to just take into account the situation that is at play. But this entire team has really been on that right track this entire game.
Mayo bunts it foul behind the plate. Just a little bit over the top of it.
We don't check our feet.
Mayo today, uninspiring at the plate.
Not even in the back of the box now.
A bunt single, a sac bunt, a walk, and a ground out. But in the field, she has made 7 putouts and been unbelievable. Has saved at least 2 runs directly, potentially more. Throw back to first. Sliding back in is Menyebo, and you talk about discipline on the base paths. Getting picked off at first would be pretty undisciplined at this point in the game.
Yeah. And detrimental to their game plan and how they want to get runners across.
I still expect a bunt here from Mayo. Here's a pitch. She swings at it, and it gets to the shortstop, flips to second for 1. That's a great play. Really heads-up play by the shortstop, Alana Scott, who's made some really excellent defensive plays in this game.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect from her. Well executed to get the lead runner out with Menyebo running over from second. Nothing that Maylani could really do in that situation, but
I think Mayo saw the gap up the
Yeah.
middle and just didn't quite get enough on it to put it into center field.
yeah.
Now here's Bradley C. First pitch, a strike at the knees. Now it's more difficult with 1 out and a runner on first. You pretty much need a hit at some point here or an error. Bradley C. watches 1 up and in, 1-1. Bradley C. on the game.
I'm right behind you. That's
2 singles, 2 walks, and a ground out. Has been on base 4 of the 5 times she's been up. In a 9-9 game in the bottom of the 8th, the Wildcats have the potential winning run on first in the form of Milani Mayo. Bradley C. tries to drag bunt it. It will go foul down the first baseline. That looked pretty good off the bat.
Yeah, if it was executed, then that would have been the absolute most perfect bunt we've seen today out of all of them that we've witnessed, and perfectly executed for their game plan as well, as she was way down the line.
Now in a 1-2 count, Bradley C's gonna have to swing the bat. The pitch from Quinney. Way down and away. The ball flips out of Cook's glove, and that's one of the things that can go right for you. Mayo advances to second.
And unlike the 7th inning where the Wildcats had to come back to tie, now they just need 1 to go ahead and win it.
In the air to left field down the line, trailing foul and out of play. Mayo advancing on the wild pitch, now potentially could come home on a base hit by Emma Bradley C. She looks up to a 2-2 count from Mason Quinney. Here's the pitch. Bradley C watches 1 up and in. They try to go to third and out at third. Not tagged yet. In a rundown is Mayo. Now she's tagged out, and that's a disaster for Bethune-Cookman. That's the 2nd time someone has been caught stealing trying to go to third. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Bradley C. 2 outs, nobody on.
Hey, let's finish it, ladies. Let's go.
And now it looks like Alabama State's going to have another chance in the 9th inning. Bradley C. fouls it away. You talk about discipline. A little bit of too jumpy, too early from Milani Mayo on second.
Well, and Alabama State has caught on to what the Wildcats are trying to do now, so they're very much more aware. They're going to read those jumps even more and caught Mayo before she could even slide to third.
The full count once again. In the air to left, down the line, and foul again.
It's the 3rd time Emma Bradley C has hit the ball right in that exact same spot.
He's just a little bit behind on that up and out fastball.
And right now, it changes the complete mindset of where she was at the plate before, right? Before she had Mayo in scoring position on second base, was just trying to hit her over. Now there's 2 outs. You have a full count. You have to protect anything close to the strike zone. You have to swing at to try to put it in play to extend this inning even more instead of just trying to bunt to move your player over.
Bradley C. watches it, up and in, ball 4. Gets out a big let's go as she goes to first. The 3rd walk of the game drawn by Emma Bradley C. And now here's Jamel Morrissey.
Now batting number 15, Janelle Morrissey.
Morrissey, 2 singles, a fielder's choice, a ground out, and a line out. Now Emma Bradley C. is on first with 2 outs as the potential winning run here in the 8th. First pitch to Morrissey, called strike 1 on the outside corner. Grounder to third. Ramsey makes the play, and we play on in Daytona Beach. To the 9th we go. Tied at 9 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
Number 21, Elena Scott.
Scott leads off for Alabama State here in the 9th. We are still tied at 9 after the Wildcats squander a chance with a runner in scoring position in the 8th. Scott has reached 3 times in 4 plate appearances, a fielder's choice, an error, and a single. Has scored 2 runs. First pitch outside from Sophia Coleman, who has now thrown over 140 pitches today, a complete game in the first game of the doubleheader with 120, and now an inning and 2/3 and counting in game 2 of the doubleheader. This is upstairs 2-0. Mason Quinney is up over 110 pitches in 5 innings in relief for Alabama State. There's a strike. 2-1. Coleman has been very accurate. Before this inning, 20 pitches thrown, 17 of them for strikes. Her counterpart, Quinney, has done 113 pitches, just 56 for strikes. That one popped up to left field. Mayo makes the catch. Her 8th put out of the game. has been instrumental in keeping this game going. One out,
Now batting
here's
number
Bailey
13,
Williams.
Bailey Williams.
Williams, a sac fly RBI as one of her 3 flyouts, and then a bunt fielder's choice in the 7th. Grounder up the middle, high chopper, fielded by Alon. The throw to first is not in time.
And again, a great effort by Jessica Alon over there at second to try to throw that one off her
Now
back
batting
foot. She
number
sets her
6,
feet
Jayla
well
Stewart.
to throw it, but just not in time for the speedy runner from Alabama State to get there. Again, Queen trying to extend as far as she could, but just not enough that time.
Jayla Stewart has reached base 2 of the 4 times she's been up. A walk and a bunt signal, sandwiched around a pop-up and a flyout, both to left field. It's train time. That one in the air to left again. What a catch again! Mialani Mayo take a bow, put out number 9 on the game, and her 3rd exclamation point in the scorebook.
Well, that ball was absolutely
Now batting
drilled
number 18,
into left
Braylon
center
Cook.
field. She got a fantastic jump on it, saw it the whole way, and then stuck her glove out. And I think the velocity of the ball almost took her down with it because it was hit so hard. Got some love taps from her center fielder, Emma Bradley C, after that catch.
Now 2 outs, and the batter is Cook.
And that's one of those things that's a momentum shifter in a game, right? You make a big play like that in the outfield that was sure to give extra bases for the hitter and the runner that was already on first base, and for her to snatch that away, and now it's 2 outs,
Yep.
only 1 away from getting your team back to the plate is absolutely massive from Mayo.
Braylon Cook, 0 for 4, a sac bunt, 3 flyouts, one of those being an RBI that gave Bama State the lead in the 7th at 9-8. In the air to center. Bradley C on the move. Makes the catch. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Wildcats will try and walk it off again here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV.
Number 4, Queen Tuala.
Queen Tuala leads off for Bethune-Cookman in the 9th. Reached on an error and scored in the 1st, grounded out, popped out, walked, and then doubled and scored in the 7th to tie the game, to send us to extras. First pitch up high on the 114th pitch for Mason Quinney. We talk about Sophia Coleman and her iron arm today, but Quinney, her previous record for pitches in an appearance was 89. She has blown that away in now what is her 5th inning of work. Down and in to Tawala. Again, the Wildcats only need one. They had the leadoff runner on in the form of Jasmine Manyebo and then Milani Mayo behind her on a fielder's choice last inning, but a caught stealing at third ended the threat. There's a strike on a 3-0 count. Tawala was halfway to first base mentally. Got to lock back in and protect now. Umpires don't like being shown up like that. The 3-1. That time it's ball 4 up and in. And the exact same scenario for Bethune-Cookman as in the 8th.
Now, can they capitalize on it is the question. They're doing their jobs as leadoff runners or leadoff batters to get themselves on base. Can the people behind them just continue to be disciplined and knock them in? It only takes one.
6th at bat now for Billinger. 2 walks, a double, a fielder's choice, and a ground out. First pitch down Broadway for strike 1. Would not be surprised if we saw a bunt here, just to try and move Tawala to second. She does square to bunt. The pitch is way outside. 1-1. Tawala on first. Billinger in the box, called a strike, low and inside, 1-2. Ground ball, could be 2. The flip to second to 1, back to first, double play. And now we are favorites to play on again with the bases empty and 2 outs.
Now batting number 19, Alana Cypress.
Cypress will try and start a 2-out rally now. We talk about the defense of Milani Mayo for the Wildcats, but the middle infield for Alabama State has saved them more times than I can count in this game.
Oh, absolutely. They have made some spectacular plays, and most of them being double plays to get out of innings and secure their team's existence for a half inning at least in this game.
Cypress batting with 2 outs and nobody on. There's a strike. Cypress has been on 3 of the 5 times she has been up. Doesn't have a hit. Walk, fielder's choice error. But the 2 times she has not gotten on, she's been productive with RBI, sac flies. Line drive right to Frank at second, and we will go to the 10th, tied at 9 here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. We play on in the 10th. Jordan Ferrandino leads off for Alabama State, still tied at 9. Both teams have seen 6 outs come and go since the end of regulation. Ferrandino fouls it away. Just missed the line on the third base side. Ferrandino in the game. Ground out, walk, pop out, and reached on an error. Scored on that walk back in the 5th. Ferrandino drags it first base side. That's going to be a close play at first, and she's safe. Leadoff runner
Now batting
aboard
number 34, Brooke Ramsey.
on a drag bunt to the first base side. And now Brooke Ramsey has a chance to break things open for the Hornets. Ramsey, 2 hits, 2 runs scored, a double and a bunt single, and then 3 outs, 2 flyouts to left, and a line out to the shortstop. Sophia Coleman up to over 150 pitches on the day across the doubleheader. High. They are about to start game 2 over at Jackie Robinson Ballpark. Bethune-Cookman and Prairie View A&M, the third of that 3-game series in baseball. On the ground to third, to second for 1, to turn to first. Not in time, but they get the lead runner.
They do get the lead runner. One will stay on first. But a good look for the Wildcats there to just get one quick out here in the top of the 10th.
Now batting number 20, Jabriel Terrell.
And the Wildcats in both of the extra innings so far have had the leadoff man aboard and have not been able to end this game. Squaring to bunt and taking a ball outside is Terrell. Terrell, a sac bunt, a bunt single, a line out, and 2 ground outs for her today. He's also scored a run in the 5th. That's a beautiful bunt right in front of the plate. Close play at first. She's out. Great throw by Asia Gonzalez over at third. Moves Brooke Ramsey across to second. Runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Again, Wildcats working quickly on defense. Yes,
batting
there
number
have been
23,
runners that have been
Ariana
scary for
Cox
them
Cole.
out in the field, but they've dealt with it fine, gotten 2 outs quickly. Can they get this third, get back to batting, and then put this one away?
Ariana Cox-Cole bats for the 2nd time in the game. And she puts one in the other right field. That's going to get down and head to the wall. For the first time since the 7th inning, Alabama State leads. Going to third, here's the relay throw. She is out, but it doesn't matter because Alabama State now has 3 outs away from taking one in the game. A great relay throw, an RBI double by Cox-Cole gives a 10-9 lead to Alabama State. The Wildcats once again walking a tightrope act here on the CatEye Radio Network and SWAC TV. Asia Gonzalez leads off for the Wildcats. She's immediately down 0-1 after a first pitch strike by Mason Quinney. For the second time in the game, Bethune-Cookman down to their last 3 outs. In the 7th, they were down 9-8. Now they're down 10-9 after an RBI double by the unlikely Ariana Cox-Cole. The junior from Georgia and the transfer from Memphis gives Alabama State the lead. They're trying to salvage something out of this series. After the Wildcats took the first 2 games last night and then earlier this afternoon. Low and in, ball 1. Both of the extra innings, the Wildcats have had the leadoff man aboard, but have not been able to push him across. That's a frame job for a strike on the outside corner, 1-2 on Gonzalez, who has walked twice, has 2 hits, a double and a single, and a fly out to center. On the ground to third, bounced off the glove of Ramsey. She recovers, throws to first. The stretch is out of the glove of Williams. And the Wildcats have the leadoff runner on again.
And that ball was hit hard by Asia Gonzalez to
Now
the
batting, number
baseline.
43,
Bobbled, and then she
Jessica
just
Alon.
continued to run it out to make that play over there. First, it was going to be bang, bang, but the ball rolled away, allowing her to claim first base. And this is where the Wildcats weren't necessarily struggling, but couldn't really get the rhythm to get runs in after that first runner was on.
Jessica Alon, first pitch a ball inside. And a meeting on the mound. The tying run is on first in the form of Asia Gonzalez with nobody out. But now the Wildcats have to think, right, how much does Sophia Coleman have left? Do we go back to Gonzalez? Do we potentially go back to Aimi Ishiki?
Well, they're hoping they don't have to do any of that.
If we get back to the 11th inning. But that does factor into your decision making, right? Do you play more aggressive and play for 2 runs here in the win, or just try and do a couple, maybe a double sacrifice and get the run in from first?
Knowing Coach Wadden, I feel like she wants to go for the win.
In a game that is approaching the length of some of our marathon baseball games last week. 3 hours, 15 minutes right now, and counting. Mason Quinney deals. Low. Who will be the hero? Will it be a defensive play? Will it be a big hit for the Wildcats? Alon watches a strike at the knees, 1-2. Correction, 2 balls, 1 strike. Outside, 3-1. Line drive, left field. That's dropping in, and it's going to be off the glove of Stewart for a base hit. 2 on, nobody out for the Wildcats. The potential winning run now on first base with Jessica Alon. Jasmine Manyebo bats now, who gave the Wildcats the lead of the 6th.
Now batting, number 5, Jasmine
Continue to just pass the bat back, do your job at the plate, and allow the person behind you to step into that as well. Wildcats now, no outs, really have the freedom to pick their pitch.
First pitch on the corner for a strike to Manyebo. Manyebo has 1 hit today. That was the 2 RBI single in the 6th. Other than that, she's walked, flew out, and lined out to short. And Yebo bunts it, and that caught the umpire as it went back behind the catcher. Umpire takes his mask off, gives a bit of a smile to the athletic trainer. He's all right. That's a strike on Manyebo. Manyebo watches it down and inside. Wild pitch. The runners advance. The tying run 60 feet away. Gonzalez to third, Alon to second on the wild one. The count is a ball and 2 strikes on Manyebo. Quinney deals. Manyebo in the air to center field. That's going to be cut by Terrell. Here comes the throw to the plate. Everybody holds up. A fantastic throw by Terrell. Keeps Gonzalez at third. And now 1 away with runners on second and third. And the batter would be Milani Mayo unless they decide to change it up, which it looks like they will.
And I'm not quite sure why Asia Gonzalez didn't go home there. As soon as that ball was caught, she could have sprinted home, but decided maybe since she isn't the fastest player on the team and that throw was a pretty decent one from center field to hold her up.
Attention please, pinch hitting for the Wildcats, number 24, Amina Salam.
Amina Salam, the freshman from Powder Springs, Georgia. Bats from Milani Mayo here in the 10th. Ball 1 low. A sac fly ties the game. A hit potentially wins it with the winning run Alon on second. But whatever you do, you got to get Cypress in from third to tie it. Or correction, Gonzalez in from third to tie it. A big spot for the freshman Salam. Watches a strike at the knees. Salam does not have a hit on the season in just 2 at-bats. This is only her 3rd at-bat of the year. Trusted with the fate of this matchup here on Saturday. Ground ball to short. That's fielded deep in the hole. The throw across to first, and we are tied again. Salam picks up an RBI, sacked ground out. Asia Gonzalez scores. Jessica Alon moves to third. 2 away.
Now batting.
And here
number
is
13,
Emma
Bradley
C. with the game on her bat. All smiles is Salam as she goes back to the dugout. We are guaranteed to, at minimum, play to the 11th. But Emma Bradley C can be the hero with a base hit. Jessica Alon on third. In the air to center field. That is going to be caught.
Let's keep playing.
Terrell ends the 10th inning. Both teams trade runs in the 10th. We go to the 11th as we are still looking for a winner here in Game 3 of this series. To the 11th. Coleman still in the circle. Ayana Frank in the batter's box. First pitch, high ball 1. We have played over 6 hours of softball here today on Saturday. That one high again, 2-0. And now the question that I posed in the last half inning, how much does Sophia Coleman have left? Three balls, no strikes on another one upstairs.
Walks is good right here. Anyway on, anyway on.
Four-pitch walk. Coleman potentially starting to struggle in the circle. Here's Elena Scott. 2 runs scored on a hit, an error, and a fielder's choice. Also 2 flyouts to left for Scott. Ground ball up the middle into center field. 2 on, nobody out.
And Alabama State just continues to have answers for the top half of these innings that aren't going away easily. They're continuing to put runners in scoring position. They're continuing to start innings off with hard hit balls. And right now, 2 runners on with no outs. Wildcats really have to start making a few adjustments out there in the field.
A little bit of a look behind the curtains as here's a first pitch, strike 1 to Bailey Williams. I forgot to print softball score sheets today, so I'm using some empty pages in the back of my baseball book, and I'm glad I did because the softball sheets that I use only have 10 innings in them.
Well,
the baseball ones have 13.
You might need 15.
Fouled away, 0-2 on Bailey Williams, who has flown out 3 times. Once was a sack RBI, then a bunt, fielder's choice, and a single up the middle. Upstairs, Coleman, you can tell, over-rotating on these pitches and missing them high. In the air, shallow center. Bradley C. makes the catch, runners hold, 1 out. Here's Jayla Stewart. Stewart has walked, grounded out,
Now
struck
batting number
out.
6, Jayla Stewart.
Had a bunt single and a fly out to left. Fastball strike at the letters. Stewart, strike 2 on a slider low and away.
We missed that corner all day. Now it's a strike. Okay. Understand.
2 on, 1 out. The pitch, upstairs.
Good hold.
There has only been 1 strikeout in this game. There's number 2.
Called it.
And both of them have been to Jayla Stewart. Once in the 5th, now in the 11th, 2 outs. And the batter is Braylon Cook.
Now batting number 18, Braylon Cook.
The Wildcats trying to strand 2 and will once again have a chance to win it in the bottom of the 11th if they can get Braylon Cook out. First pitch to her, fly ball. Just past the infield on the right-hand side. Putting it away is Alon. Oh wait, she dropped it.
Come on, kiddo. Have a day, kid, have a day.
Alon dropped it, and that would have been the 3rd out.
Find it somewhere, kid, find it somewhere.
Frank comes in from 2nd. Scott goes from 1st to 3rd. That was a surefire end of the inning, and it was just plain dropped by Jessica Alon.
It was. It's unfortunate for the Wildcats, who have been so clean out there in the field in these extra innings that we've had.
Squaring to bunt is Ferrandino.
Good job, good job.
She misses it, but Cook goes to 2nd. It is 11-10 Hornets. Round ball foul outside of 3rd. 2 strikes now on Fernandino. Ferrandino's been on base twice, reached out an error in the 7th and a bunt single in the 10th. In the air, down the left field line. Mayo on the move. Basket catch. Runs into the wall. How about another highlight reel for Maylani Mayo? But one more run comes across for Alabama State, and the Wildcats, for the 4th time, are down to their last 3 outs here in Daytona Beach. Janelle Morrissey leads things off for Bethune-Cookman in the bottom of the 11th once again. Down by 1, 11-10. They've survived down 1, down to their last 3 outs in the 7th, in the 10th, and now they'll have to do it again in the 11th. Morrissey, 2 singles, a bunt fielder's choice, 2 ground outs to 3rd, and a line out to left in the game. Upstairs. They have started game 2 over at Jackie Robinson Ballpark. Tanner Bucabello on the slab as the Wildcats look to sweep Prairie View A&M, but Prairie View already has a leadoff double in the 1st inning.
Wildcats looking to sweep Alabama State here with this win if they can come back.
Just a little high there.
Hey, you're not allowed to split the plate like that.
The pitch to Morrissey. Inside and low, ball 4. And for the 4th time in extra innings, the leadoff woman is
Now
aboard
batting,
for the
number
Wildcats.
4, Queen Tuala.
And they still have not been able to get one across when it matters. Queen Tuala bats for the 7th time in the game. Tuala has scored 2 runs. She has 1 hit. Squares to bunt. She swings through it low and away. Outside, Mason Quinney still dealing. Now 8 innings into her work after she came on in the 4th. Line drive, caught, and a throwback to first is all sorts of wrong, but Ferrandino comes in to back it up. That's a line out to short, 1 away. Here's Zariah Billinger.
Now batting, number 8, Zariah Billinger.
Billinger, a walk, a double, a walk, a fielder's choice, and 2 ground outs to second, one of them a double play. Low and in, ball 1. Runner goes, throw to second, not in time. Skips barely past the bag and is covered by Frank to prevent it from going in the second. Stolen base for the Cats. Now a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Billinger, ground ball through the gap at first. They're gonna send her. Here comes Morrissey. The throw to the plate, they're not even gonna go there. They're gonna go to second and it's not in time. RBI double for Billinger and we are tied at 11 in the 11th.
Well, the Wildcats just continue to show why they are such a resilient team and they want this sweep bad. Zariah Billinger coming up
Now
huge
batting,
once
number
again
19,
for the Wildcats,
Cypress.
drilling that one and then putting herself in scoring position with only 1 out to show for it.
Now it's Alana Cypress. She does not have a hit today. Walk, error, fielder's choice are the 3 times she's reached base. Meeting in the circle. The Wildcats only in this position because Jessica Alon misread a pop-up in the top of the 11th that would have ended the inning. But that made it 11-10. The Wildcats have tied it again for the 3rd time they've been down and come back to tie it with the game on the line. They did it in the 7th. They did it in the 10th. They've done it again in the 11th. Now Billinger represents the winning run. 1 out. Here's Alana Cypress, who could win it with her first hit of the game. Low and in, ball 1. And I expect Coach Watton to be very aggressive with Billinger at second. If this one's down anywhere on the outfield, she's going home. Outside, ball 2 from Quinney, who herself has thrown well over 130 pitches.
She has carried this Alabama State team throughout this 3rd game.
There's a strike, change up at the knees.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
2-1. The 2-1 to Cypress. 3-1, low and in. Can Alana Cypress put something on the outfield grass and bring home Billinger for the winning run? The 3-1. Ball 4. Now you got to worry about the double play, though, with the runners on first and second.
Now batting, number 23, Asia Gonzalez.
The Wildcats have hit into one double play in this game, but it was in the 9th to take a leadoff runner away. Here is Asia Gonzalez. Has walked twice and has 3 hits. And she scored the tying run in the 10th to keep us going. She already has an RBI in the game and an RBI double in the first. Gonzalez in the air to center field. That's going to hang up in the air and be caught by Terrell. 2 outs.
Now batting, number 43, Jessica Alon.
Six putouts by Terrell in the game, including 3 in extra innings. And it is on the bat of Jessica Alon. Can she reverse her fortunes? She's behind an account. No balls and a strike. Swinging a ground ball, base hit to the left-hand side. Here comes the runner. Billinger, the throw to the plate. She is out, and we go to the 12th inning. 11-11 in Daytona Beach, and the marathon continues. "11 innings down, and still we play on here at Sunnyland Park. The floodlights on, the darkness approaches. And Brooke Ramsey leads it off for the top of the order for Alabama State. First pitch, a strike from
Now batting
Sophia
number 34,
Coleman.
Brooke Ramsey.
The Wildcats have scored to tie the game in the 7th, the 10th, and the 11th, and they had the potential winning run cut down at home. Ball upstairs, 1-1. It's the end of the top of the first in Jackie Robinson Ballpark. Prairie View A&M plates 2 on 3 hits in the first. Take a 2-0 lead over Bethune-Cookman baseball. There's a strike. Fastball on the inside corner. Sophia Coleman, and our live stats went down somewhere in the 9th inning, so I have no clue how many.
Somewhere in the vast past.
Popped foul, still 2 strikes, so I have no clue how many pitches Coleman's thrown. She must be approaching 200 on the day after throwing 120 in a complete game, game 1. Line foul, third base side, still a 2-strike count. Every game in the SWAC softball calendar has gone final except one, I believe. And that game is also in extras. 8-8 in the top of the 9th between Alabama A&M and Jackson State. Low for a ball that skipped along the ground. Florida A&M swept Mississippi Valley State with an 8-0 win. Southern swept Grambling State in a doubleheader 7-1 and 6-5. Texas Southern swept Pine Bluff 9-0 and 5-2. In the air to center. Bradley C. catches it for out number 1. Prairie View A&M sweeps Alcorn State 8-3 and 8-0.
Terrell.
Alabama A&M loses to Jackson State 11-1, and of course they are 8-8 in the 9th in that game. That's the only other game that's still going on here on Saturday afternoon. All other games have finished, except this one. There's a strike on the outside corner to Jabrielle Terrell, who's been outstanding in center field.
Really, truly has. Nothing has gotten past her whatsoever. Has really commanded that center field grass.
Outside. Bethune-Cookman trying to remain unbeaten, move to 6-0, and stay atop the Eastern Conference standings. Outside. A win by Alabama State would move them to 4-2. And drop BCU to 5-1, where they would sit tied with Florida A&M atop the East.
Who they play in just a week.
Yep. Squaring to bunt is Terrell. It's missed outside. Out west, Prairie View A&M is 6-0. Strike. Terrell thought that one was ball 4, and the count goes full. Out west, Prairie View is 6-0. Texas Southern 4-2. Southern 3-3. Pine Bluff 2-2. Grambling 1-5. Alcorn 0-4. Line drive, base hit down the third baseline. Terrell aboard for, funnily enough, only her 2nd time in the game. In now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at bats.
I was to say everyone's usually around their 7th or maybe going on their 8th at bat at this
Now
point.
batting number 23, Ariana Cox-Cole.
Hey, no bomb. Do it again.
And the only other time Terrell got on base besides that single right there was a bunt in the 5th inning. First pitch, a ball to Ariana Cox-Cole, now getting her 3rd time at bat. Had the go-ahead double in the 10th, which the Wildcats countered by scoring Asia Gonzalez in that inning. Bama State has led going to the bottom of the, when she got hit, and they'll be 2 on with 1 out. I believe that's the first hit by pitch of the day,
Yes.
either game.
Mm-hmm.
And that completely derailed my train of thought.
That's a good toe?
Oh, Cox-Cole, right? Had the RBI double in the 10th. The Wildcats have been down going to the bottom of an inning 3 times. In the 7th, the 10th, and the 11th, they've recovered to score 1 every time. And in the 11th, had Zariah Billinger charging home and was cut down
Now
at the
batting
plate
number
by a
27,
great throw
Ayana
by
Frank.
Stewart in left. And the pressure on again for Alabama State here is Ayana Frank, who has scored 3 runs today. The most of any Hornet. In the air, center field. Bradley C. tracking, makes the catch. Tagging and heading to third is Terrell. Runner on third, 2 out.
Now batting number 21, Elena Scott.
Yeah, probably out of battery.
Come on, 2-1. Let's go. Big hit here.
Apologies, we have lost our center field camera. We may just have to do radio style for the end of this game. Runners on the corners. 2 outs in the 12th. Jabrielle Terrell is on third after a leadoff single, then a hit by pitch to Cox Cole. She's on first. And 2 flyouts, Ramsey and Frank. The batter is Elena Scott. First pitch to Scott. Runner goes to second unopposed. The Wildcats let it go. Second and third with 2 outs. The first pitch was a strike. The 0-1. On the ground through the first base side. That's going to score 1 and 2. Going to second and out at second is Scott. But once again, the damage is done, and this is the first time the Wildcats have been down by 2 with 3 outs to go. We go to the bottom of the 12th here in Daytona Beach.
Wildcats, number 5, Jasmine Muñevo.
The pressure has never been higher on Bethune-Cookman as we go to the bottom of the 12th. Alabama State leads 13-11. A 2 RBI single by Elena Scott. The Wildcats have been down in this position before, but all 3 times they only needed 1 run. All 3 times they got 1 run. They couldn't get another. Now they need 2 to tie. Apologies for the loss of our cameras. It's just been so long of a game that the batteries have run out. As this game is 8 minutes away from being 4 hours long. Pitch outside to Jasmine Muñevo, who leads off for the Cats. Low and in, ball 4. Muñevo walks. Leadoff runner again. for Bethune-Cookman.
Now batting number 1, Milani Mayo.
They have had the leadoff man aboard in each of the 5 extra innings. Milani Mayo, after being pinch hit for in the 10th, successfully by Amina Salam, comes back in the 12th. At the start of this inning, Mason Quinney has thrown 165 pitches. Sophia Coleman is likely up over 200 on the day after a 120-pitch complete game in the first game of the doubleheader. Meeting behind the circle for Alabama State. The count is a ball and no strikes on Milani Mayo, who's been the defensive hero for the Wildcats. 9 putouts, including some spectacular ones. But it won't matter unless she can do something with the bat. Ahead in the count, a ball and no strikes. Down and away, ball 2. (13-11) Alabama State here in the 12th, a game that is almost about to go 4 hours. There's a strike, down the middle. 2-1. Outside and low, ball 3. Up next for the Wildcats would be Emma Bradley C. Mason Quinney toes the rubber. And Mayo watches a strike down the middle. 3-2. Mayo has scored twice today, walked in the 4th and came in, bunt singled in the 5th and came in. Mayo, ground ball up the middle, that's a base hit into center field. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Top of the order with Emma Bradley C coming up.
Batting number 13, Emma Bradley C.
Eighth time through the order starting now with Emma Bradley C. And we're bringing the athletic trainer out to take a look at Jasmine Manyebo over at second. Wildcats down 13-11. Manyebo walked, Mayo singled to begin this bottom of the 12th. And it looks like Jasmine Manyebo may have to be relieved of duty due to an injury. As she is walking off the field in care of the athletic trainer, she will be pinch run for at second. Looks like gingerly carrying her right arm, Manyebo.
Your attention, please. Now pinch running for the Wildcats, number 2, Micaiah Ross.
Micaiah Ross. Pinch runs at second. Micaiah Ross, the freshman from Toms River, New Jersey. Now at second. Wildcats need 2 runs to keep this alive. Emma Bradley C is the batter. First pitch to her. Called a strike on the outside corner. Ross on second. Mayo on first. Bradley C watches a ball that gets to the backstop and both runners move up. Second and third with nobody out. And now the drama begins again. Both runs need to come in if the Wildcats want to keep this game going. Down 13-11. Emma Bradley C, the pitch. Is a strike down Broadway. Strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes to Bradley C. The pitch. Bradley C to the left-hand side and just barely foul. She'll see another 1-2. Just like in the 11th, expect Coach Watton to be aggressive with anything on the grass here and try to get 2 home.
No outs, knowing that they have to get 2 across to tie this game, 3 to win.
Bradley C, dribbler to the first base side. They go to first. The ball gets away! The ball gets away! It's a tie game! Bradley C going to third. She's going to be in all the way. Scoring is Manyebo. Scoring is Ross. Scoring is Mayo. Tie game again at 13, and the Wildcats have the winning run on third with nobody out. The ball was rolled to Frank at second. She analysis paralysis herself to try and go home with it. At the last second, tried to yank her arm back and throw it to first, and threw it up the first base line.
Now batting,
And that has just been the story of this game, right?
Morrissey.
Nothing has come easy for either of these teams. Like you mentioned, there's some hesitation to throw home. Instead, it was an errant throw. Clears the bases. Emma Bradley C, 60 feet away from winning this game for her team. Janelle Morrissey up to the plate.
Morrissey,
Try to knock one in.
Morrissey has 2 hits. Has also reached on a fielder's choice. Has grounded out twice and lined out once. From absolutely improbable odds, the Wildcats have stayed in the fight and stayed in once again. Can they finally land the knockout blow and get back off the mat? Janelle Morrissey is the batter. Ground ball, third base side, just the wrong side of the line. Barely. Pretty much anything on the outfield does it. Bradley C tried to come home and win this game. No outs, 2 in already. Bradley C at third, tie game at 13.
You walk right into everything.
The pitch. Ground ball softly hit towards third. That's not going to do it. The throw to first, however, is not in time as Ramsey had to check back to third, so there is still nobody out. Morrissey reaches on an infield single. Runners on the corners. And the batter is Queen Tawala. 2 runs scored today for
Now
Tawala.
batting, number 4, Queen Tawala.
She's reached 4 times, 2 walks, a double, and an error. 1 more time would send us home. First pitch outside. Going to second unopposed is Morrissey on the stolen base. 1 ball and no strikes to Tawala. The ball gets away to the backstop. Here comes Bradley C. This one belongs to the maroon and gold. A 4-hour, 3-minute marathon, and Bethune-Cookman sweeps Alabama State over the weekend. The Wildcats are queens of the diamond and are first place after 2 weeks.
Wildcats win.
Wow.
And what a game, right? This team went back and forth against Alabama State, trading punches with each other. They thought they were going to come into this third game, and it was going to be not easy and breezy like the two before them were, but an opportunity for them to really make a statement. And Alabama State made them work for it. And this game was a well-deserved, well-accomplished win for the Wildcats, who have surged into their own here in SWAC play.
The Wildcats win it 14-13. They were down to their last out 4 times and come back to win it in spectacular fashion. And you talk about punishing mistakes, right? That error by Frank at second allowed the 2 runs to score, allowed Bradley C to go to third. Another wild pitch scores Emma from third, and that's your ball game. Just wait as I tally all of the statistics from this game. But Alabama State, 13 runs on 14 hits, committed 2 errors, and left 10 on base. For the Wildcats, 14 runs. 14 runs on 16 hits. They committed 5 errors and left 16 on base. The Wildcats improved to 10-19 and are 6-0 in conference play. Alabama State drops to 3-3 in conference and 9-20 overall on the year. Thank you for sticking with us through a very chaotic day of softball. For Jade Barquette and our entire Wildcat crew here at Sunnyland Park, my name is Michael Torillo. We'll see you next time. Hail Wildcats.